live. Hello, hello. Okay, we have no video. This is a problem.
Hooray, we're live but not live.
Why are we not live?
We are
Radio
spooky
play.
voices.
Hello?
Disembodied voices, everyone.
Hello.
And Lane was just telling me I needed to have lights on.
Yep. Nope, we're all in the dark.
Oh, you know what? We're in the wrong channel. Everybody jump over to general.
Oh, that's why. I
Hey, it's happening.
Gonna suck her face. I want to believe.
Hello.
There we go. Have you got the Oh yeah, there we go.
Well, while we're stalling for time,
Hi,
can I
everybody.
show off as my dice tower this week? I'm finally busting out. It's a 3D printed R2D20.
Ooh, fancy.
So this is a doodle that I did as like a dumb joke, and then my genius cousin, who's a 3D modeler, built and printed this himself.
Nice.
It's gonna be a dice tower.
It is a dice tower, yeah. So you roll in the top, and it comes out the butt, and he poops it.
Yay!
Perfect.
So that is what I'm going to be rolling for this session.
You can roll R2D20. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Why are we all in a weird position? I don't know why this is happening.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Oh, hey, I'm the DM.
Hey,
Oh no!
All
Quick,
right.
This
level
is
us all up.
weird. Hello.
New rules. Everybody give me your blood.
Aw.
Hey, Lane, you don't have a camera on. Where's your camera? Maybe that'll pop us
Oh,
in
there
the
we
right
go.
spot. Yeah, no.
I do
Am
now.
I about to be
Yes.
demoted? Ah,
Yes.
I've been demoted to
You were
semi-mortal
briefly
again.
the DM.
Ah.
Hello, audience.
everybody.
We are very disorganized here.
Hi,
Okay, but we've
how's
got
it
it all
going?
worked out now. Hooray!
Why do we
All
even have
right.
that channel?
Yeah, I wondered what the hell that was all about.
Good.
DM looks
Okay,
handsome
hi.
today. I'm not sure if that was like a diss on me or a
on me.
compliment on Peter. But
I am
anyway,
wearing a very nice shirt with strawberries on it.
It's true. It's very
it's
cool.
true.
I'm
I can
wearing a
jump
shirt.
into my intro now. So
My
welcome.
dark ride shirt.
Oh, that's rad.
I
That's really
quite
cool.
like the Polish flag behind you.
What? No, that's a painted wall.
I know, but it's white and red in the same proportion as the Polish flag.
What we're saying is that you're a extreme Polish nationalist.
Yeah, coming
and
to us
you're-
live from
Exactly.
Poland.
Live
So
from Poland.
extreme.
Trolland.
I'm not even Polish. I'm just really into it.
Yeah.
Hello to our internet friends and webcomic fans.
Hello,
Now that we have arranged ourselves in the appropriate
Windows.
order, in the appropriate windows, yeah, now we can say it is I, your friendly
Hello.
neighborhood dungeon biologist, here to welcome you to another episode of Trash Heroes, our Dungeons and Dragons stream, wherein we recount the epic adventures of the wildly improbable creatures we call the Trash Heroes. And as always, our players are this collection of wonderful, talented webcomic artists. We are temporarily sans Danielle Corsetto, but we'll do our best to include freaky swamp content to the best of our abilities. And without further ado, I will introduce the players who are here and their characters. So first up, it's the Keeper of the Vermin, Protector of the Trash Heap, back again, Fetid Quaggle.
That's me.
And our larger-than-life pit-fighting superstar, Ugna Sugar Tusks.
At me.
Yay.
Indeed. The trickster, cleric, rogue baker, and all-around party animal that is Tromlin Darioles.
Hi.
No all-natural Genasi swamp druid this week, but finally our
It's a
sweet
plant.
old grandpa. Yeah, a plant. Hooray!
Yay.
I told you we
Artificial.
still have the content.
Artificial Genasi.
Yep, that's what you got to fill in with. And finally, our sweet old grandpa, who is also accidentally an ancient warlock, Copernicus Sunshine.
Are we sure it's an accident?
I mean, I'm not sure.
It's for certain values of accidental.
We shall
Um,
see, I suppose.
So when we last left our heroes, things were pretty fast and furious and wild and crazy. Our group, which included a raven-shaped Glorpa, but also an unconscious Fetid, snoozing in a backpack.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to wake me up and fill me in.
Yeah, the decision last game was that since you were hiding in Ugna's backpack when Ugna was invisibly sneaking into the camp, Ugna turned a corner too fast and basically Fetid has been unconscious in the backpack ever since.
Nice.
It's good.
It's like when you get on the bus and you actually nail someone in the face, the backpack.
Best
Except it
sleep
was the
I've had all
backpack
week.
this time.
Yep.
And when you woke up at some point, you probably came around and weren't sure where you were, but there was rations everywhere. So you've just been like pigging out in the backpack.
Yeah. I'm gonna slowly ooze out 30 pounds heavier.
Oh, good. You've eaten
So it's,
several months worth of food.
Oh, good.
Yep.
In one sitting.
well, remember, Ugna
How
brought
much
way
hard
too much.
attack is safe to eat?
Uh-oh, we have to go back to town. We have no more food.
So you had finished off the adventure by breaking the mad turtle inventor Mantanaraxti out of his imprisonment in the camp and gotten him back to his ship, which I can reveal is got a name painted on it, the Crimson Paradigm, and this ridiculous steam-powered airship was then used to come back to the camp. And while Tromlin was disguised or polymorphed to appear to be Shaylin Tark's ex-girlfriend, Tromlin basically managed to lure Shaylin to the edge of the camp, where with a flyby from the airship, you launched a sticky web launcher on a rope that was jury-rigged by the Turtle Artificer, and have snagged Shaylin and hauled her up onto the deck of the ship as you flew past, waves of arrows being fired by various disorganized, angry bandit barbarians, and Tromlin, at the last second getting out of there with a misty step, has grabbed one of the ropes trailing from the ship and is now being hauled bodily over the landscape as the ship ascends to make its escape. And we join the party in media res on this ship. And so I'm going to start right off the bat with a poll, which is going to take me a quick moment since I don't have
Our
my shadow
DM
DM
is not here to come up
yeah,
with...
to run the polls. So I'm going to post it myself. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves, players, as I attempt to...
I have knocked over my screen when trying to keep a bird from jumping on the keyboard and stopping the stream. So just chaos, basically.
Is it wrong I still feel bad about catfishing the villain?
Yeah.
It depends on how villainous the villain turns out to be.
That makes it worse if she's not that villainous.
It's true.
So are you now hoping that she's worse and has done worse things?
I don't know.
Killing more evil into the world to relieve yourself of the burden of evil you did to potentially neutralize her evil.
Honestly, Tromlin feels guilty about it no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, he's not gonna feel good about what he did.
I don't know who you got those genes from, but one Perny.
Those morality
that was obviously
genes.
not. That was whichever parent of mine did not descend of you. I assume I have one parent who did not descend of you.
I hope so.
I would hope so.
Probably the goat half.
I hope so.
So technically, I'm a human, but it's a birth defect. It's one of those weird things. So maybe my parents are cousins.
Yep.
Possible.
You're partly
It's possible.
Fae.
Does this world have a Fae version of like backwoods Massachusetts?
Oh man,
Yeah,
Massachusetts hillbillies, that's a thing.
It's the
My
the
character's from
Faerun Ozarks.
My character's from my character's from Springfield, Mass. In this world. See, I love making that joke because people up north get so mad about it. But in Massachusetts, it's completely illegal to marry your first cousin. And when they tried to take it off the book in the last decade, people fought against it.
Okay, I've got the poll live. I'll take this quick opportunity to mention to all of our audience watching right now and checking out the poll. We got 10 minutes to vote in the poll. You can, of course, vote extra times if you put some bits or channel points into it. So feel free to do that if you are particularly interested in one of these options becoming the lead option. I will also mention that when the poll is over and for the rest of the show, as always, feel free to cheer for the players, because if we fill up the little counter you can see on my DM screen,
life
I
bar.
will give further inspirations to the party. Right now, everyone's got one inspiration exactly. I'm also, I think this is a good time,
Hello.
while we're getting our poll in here, for me to put in another invite to the fan Discord, because the previous ones wear off.
Man,
Where
we are
is
real
the
low on,
invite people?
on just about everything. Inspirations, hero points
Oh yes, it's that stage of
of this adventure.
Our cup
adventure.
runneth empty.
Hey, we can
Okay, I'm
always
gonna
take more black
post-
tokens.
That's always gone so
Exactly.
well for us.
Yeah,
It's always an
that's
option.
great.
So for anyone who's joined us in the chat, if you feel like joining up on the fan Discord to check out behind the scenes stuff and chatter between games, there is an invite in the chat. Those invites only last for about like 6 hours or something like that. But if you click on it in the next 6 hours, you will be in, and we can chat with you in there. We have a few more people who joined up this week. Subscribers, of course, have access to the subscriber-only channel in the Discord, and also the subscribers get to be in our weekly draws, or bi-weekly? Is that what you use for every other week? Whatever.
Our every game.
Game lead. Episode lead.
Gamely.
Yeah, there you go.
Episodically.
Our episodically given draws for sketch card. Okay, so while that poll is counting down, you are all in this moment in media res. The crazy steam-powered cannon that fired a giant ball of sticky web attached to a rope has a huge clockwork flywheel spring, so that the moment the net struck the ground and burst sticky threads all over Shaylin Tark, quite surprising her and capturing her in an entangled mess.
Wait, how could she be
Immediately.
surprised if I knocked her unconscious?
Oh right, sorry. You actually used
Yeah.
your sleep
Yeah.
spell on her to set up the target.
You used a
I
spell
also
called
punched her.
Trust Issues.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Ooh. See, this is why Trauma feels really shitty right now.
But that as soon as that occurred, the flywheel springs into action and zips the rope sucked spaghetti like back up onto the ship, and like just blasting Shaylin onto the deck in a sort of splatter of glue covered ropes and threads. And Tromlin, as I said, quickly Misty steps out of the wooden wall around the camp and grabs for one of the guy ropes, one of the hanging ropes off of the sides of the ship, and is thusly spirited away along with the rest of the ship as Araxti has his little mechanical droid men shovel more coal into the boiler and send the propellers going super fast. This is the point at which all of this commotion on deck is going to, first of all, require deck saves from everybody as this ship careens off into the night. I don't need one from Fetid because he's still in a backpack.
Right. 15 for me.
Nor do I need one from Glorpa, who is a bird.
Point, I'm like maybe 1/3 awake, and I'm like, man, seems to be a lot of jostling around out there.
Indeed.
9.
So Tromlin Tromlin is hanging from a rope, and with a dex save of 9,
Ooh.
which I'll maybe wait and see if you want to potentially spend any of your
Oh,
1 inspiration on that.
is that one of the ones that I get
Advantage?
advantage on?
Just the dex save straight up? No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
And
But
that's
if you
one
spend your
oh.
inspiration, you can.
Can I try and blood magic grapple him with my fishing rod?
You can, but wait and see if he actually falls first.
Okay.
You know what? I'm so low in inspiration.
Yeah, you just.
You're gonna save it or use it?
I'm gonna save it. Let's see
All
see
right.
if Grandpa
Arnie's
can.
to the rescue. This is like a fucking Goofy movie. The climax of Goofy movie.
The ultimate cast.
Well,
We're
first
doing it.
question is, what did you roll for
I rolled-
Copernicus?
I rolled a 12.
Okay, so Copernicus is not going to be in a particularly great position to make this attempt because Copernicus is careening across the deck.
All right, I'll use my inspiration.
Okay.
I used some of my best work while careening.
I mean, I did a 15. I could potentially do something.
Your 15 has got you in good condition. You've managed to brace yourself against one of the several masts that you're not sure why they're there because there's no sails.
With my modifier.
Yep.
5.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
So the
no.
inspiration
No, the nine
Oh
better.
no.
is not a better roll. If you can mark that inspiration off for me, Alina.
Yay.
So, Copernicus, you have also failed your roll and are careening across the deck. Are
Oh.
you interested in inspiration on your
Yeah,
roll?
all right. I will do that.
If you
10.
do so with the
Worse.
bonus, so it is worse. Okay,
I'll keep my
so
12, please.
you have lost your footing and are basically sliding across the deck as the ship is canted at a bit of an angle.
Mhm.
But you notice off the side of the ship where the ropes are kind of swinging wildly, Tromlin is slipping
No.
from where he is hanging down the rope.
Are you
It's a
still
good run.
maintaining the fly spell, Copernicus, or did we kind of get rid of that?
Oh, that's a good point.
'Cause-
I'm just thinking for a second. I don't think you had to break it.
I don't think I had to, but I feel like Copernicus would. Like, if once he's on a deck of a ship, I
Yeah.
don't think he would just keep it running. Like, because it's distraction and concentration. There's a lot going on. The plan. He probably wouldn't keep it
That's
concentrated.
fair.
Then
Okay.
instead of that,
I will accept
Ugna
that.
is going to hold on to a rope and try to George of the Jungle catch Tromlin.
Yeah, here we go.
Swing down
You're
and
gonna
just catch
try
him.
and swing down and catch a hold of him. I will allow that. This
Awesome.
sounds pretty awesome. Okay.
Is this an athletics? Because I'm good at that.
Yes, indeed. This is an
some
athletics
daring
roll.
do.
Yeah,
Well,
you gotta dare all the do.
I have rolled badly. I have rolled a 5, so that is 16.
That is good enough. So as Tromlin is slipping down the rope and,
I go,
and
"Hold on, buddy, I
barely hanging
gotcha!"
on,
And then I dive off the side of the rope, holding I run back a little bit, holding the rope, and then jump over the edge, swing down, and just manage to put my hand out just enough to catch you as I go past. Probably by the
Aw.
scruff or by the hand if you're ready for it.
That's fine.
Yep.
excellent. I will also point out that I will just say that the spell has been dispelled or just dropped at this point, so Tromlin looks like Tromlin. Okay, so just going to say the vote is nearly over. We're just about at the end of the poll, so you got your last chance here to vote in the next 30 seconds or so, just to the audience. So I can see clearly which one's winning, but it's certainly not unassailable. We'll see what happens. And so during this crazy exercise, Fetid, you become absolutely fully awake as
Oh, yeah,
the
you're still
bottom
in my
falls out
back.
of your stomach. Yeah, you're in the backpack as you plummet off the side of the ship and do this big swing. It's like you wake up on a roller coaster.
Wouldn't be the first time. I've made mistakes in the past.
And you're just like, whoa, what the hell? Okay. Excellent. Good. I'm just shutting down my poll view now. Poll is over, and I can see the winning selection, which is all I need to know.
Cool.
All right. So you're in mid-swing here, Ugna. You've grabbed Cromlin under one arm. You've got a hold of the rope in the other. Fetid, you're like poke your head out the top of the backpack, and you just see like the world sweeping by.
And
In
then
the
like
dark.
the back of Ugna's
It's like
head.
that one time I ate those weird mushrooms I found in the woods.
Oh yeah, you might even be wondering, like, is this ancient Dilbert Egypt? Because like, there's a crazy as you come through this arc of the swing, there's this giant chugging sky boat with a huge bubble above it that you're swinging back up towards. Meanwhile, Copernicus, you're on deck. Araxti is very preoccupied, like pulling levers and yelling at his various little mechanical minions. Various like gadget arms are going out of his shell in different directions and grabbing various ropes and pulling and various levers. You actually kind of idly, as you tumble past, wonder if anyone else could even fly this ship, if the bandits had been successful in stealing it. But as this is going on, you roll a perception roll for me.
Ooh.
But of course. That's not good. 8.
8. So a not good happens, and you don't notice it.
Oh, no.
So that's
Oh,
excellent.
That's good.
Okay, so
that won't come back to haunt us.
no, so you just basically roll to the one gunnel and like grab a hold and hang on for dear life as the ship is tilting. There's still a few arrows whizzing through the air at extreme range as the last of the archers are shooting this way. And Ugna, you've completed your swing and are now amongst the ropes hanging from the side of the ship, with Cromlin firmly tucked under one arm, and now you're kind of doing the awkward job of climbing back up with only one free hand. Fetid, you're just in the backpack going, okay, I'm close the top again, go back to sleep. This is definitely a
you
bad.
all notice this looks like
this is
something
definitely a
Ugna
Monday.
does frequently. She's got like the rope wrapped around one ankle, and then using that to kind of kick up to another hand grab, and then she'll like do something complicated with the rope and go up another couple feet.
You're like looking for a turnbuckle.
Yeah.
Let's imagine
jump
putting
from.
like a Quaggle on board sign on your backpack.
Yep.
She's got like one of those sticker sets, and it's like a giant gladiator, and then
A little satyr
all those
guy.
pictures.
a fey person, and then a little quaggle.
Look, sometimes a family is you, your satyr friend, his grandpa, your weird trash buddy, and a swamp plant lady.
Oh, and don't forget a bucket.
And a bucket.
A bucket.
Sometimes your family is a
Sometimes
bucket.
Sometimes family is a bucket.
Love bucket.
Yep.
Oh no!
If
No.
this stream had merch, that would be merch.
I worry the singer Buckethead would sue us. I love that Joey Jeff's like, I get that reference. Oh.
Is that like
I'm sure.
is that a Lord Buckethead reference, or is that something
No,
else?
he was a member of Guns N' Roses, wasn't he, at some point?
For a little while,
Lord
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
This
an
is a
actual
different-
singer-
This is a
No,
different person than Lord Buckethead, the
Correct.
the
A joke British candidate.
British
who has run
candidate
for-
for yeah. Okay.
So Buckethead is a guitarist who would perform with like a white mask, his hair flowing out, and a KFC bucket on his head,
Oh,
like a
good.
hat.
That's a very good look.
Excellent.
And he's tall as fuck. He's like
Wonderful.
6.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Holy
He's a
crap.
big man. That Mr. Buckethead.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's secretly Ryan North.
We've
He's
discovered-
outed. His name is Brian something. Brian.
That
Yeah.
could very well be so.
That's just Ryan with a B.
Yep.
Yeah,
it really
Brian,
is.
Ryan, aha!
I'm
We figured it out.
Brian South.
No, because
Yep.
Buckethead is the B, so he's just added a B to Ryan.
Once
That's
you're over
where
a
it
certain
came
height,
from.
you're all the same person.
It's yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tall people.
Once you're over a certain height, you're Ryan North. That's the law.
Goliath hive mind.
Okay, so as Ugna, you climb up and poke up over the gunnel, heaving up Tromlin so he can grab a hold and get that extra grip. That is the moment at which Shaylin, who had come awake and was the thing that Copernicus didn't notice, and having cut herself free with a terrifying-looking black steel short sword.
Wait, how did you get away from her?
I think I think you did. I think you disarmed.
We do
you
have
took
a black
the sword.
token, though.
You did take the black. I mean, it's not the. You didn't like strip her down. You just grabbed that sword after you knocked her unconscious. I think it's probably worth it. I think I'm going to take that black token back from Tromlin.
I thought that black token was in someone very specific, though.
Oh yes, yours is very specific. In that case, I'm going to take the black token from Copernicus.
I'm free.
You're temporarily freed. Yes. So I am going to say that you took Shaylin's black steel short sword, but not Shaylin's other equipment.
Her hidden ritual dagger.
So yeah, she has one of the ritual daggers with the curvy blade that these that the tattoos all look like, and she has cut herself free with that, and she has taken the unstrung bow from her back and strung it, while she was being unobserved by Copernicus. So the first Copernicus knows about it is the arrows that come your way. So this is a great time for initiative.
I have no health.
Yeah. That's why it's a black token. So let's have an initiative roll from everybody.
14.
I have a natural 20.
Oh no!
Wow,
Shaylin.
That's a high roll. That just means she goes first.
In fairness, she's pretty mad.
I'm
It's
trying to
true.
decide if I'm going to count that as a wasted 20. It's useful that she goes first, but it's not a crit,
20,
right?
yeah.
It didn't need to be a 20. I'm going to add that to my list of wasted 20s from the campaign.
Can't roll for shit today already.
Yeah, R2D20 is really janking me.
Oh man, R2.
Oh, no.
I've had one roll above a 10.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I rolled extremely poorly as well.
Oh, excellent.
You're still half asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's hear some numbers. Ugna
14.
and what do I got from Fetid?
2 plus 7, 9.
It's not terrible.
And Tromlin
6.
6 and 5. 9, 6 and 5. I'm gonna roll for.
I have a 7 total, not a 9 total.
I put you in
Even
exactly
slower.
the same place in the order, and I'm just gonna roll so I can stick in Glorpa and Araxti. Although Araxti is rather busy actually operating the ship, so he can't do a lot. So Shaylin goes first, and Shaylin is going to do several things. Shaylin is going to use a bonus action to make a strange gesture with a hand, and shadows coalesce near Araxti into a very similar kind of disembodied giant hand to the bony hand fishhook thing that Copernicus loves to conjure. But this is made of shadow, and it grabs one of the major levers and just starts pulling, and the entire ship shudders and veers hard to one side.
Hashtag not all warlocks.
Yeah. And then Shaylin is going to take a regular action and fire an arrow. And Shaylin has 2 actions, so I'm actually going to put 1 arrow into Ugna as she pulls herself up over the gunnel, and 1 into Copernicus, those being the 2 major targets that she can currently see.
I do have 18 whole hit points, so
Yeah.
this is
Well,
probably
I
good.
also have-
I've rolled very well on both of these. These are both going to be hits.
Disapprove.
Yeah. Where is my damage? There we go. So Ugna, you are going to take. Where's the dex bonus? There it is.
Does she exceed 17 for AC?
I rolled a 19 without
yeah.
bonuses, so yes.
she's good.
She's a +8 to hit. So, yeah. So that's a 27. I'm pretty sure she hit you.
She's pretty good.
My roll against Copernicus is only a 24, but that's also gonna be more than
Yeah.
sufficient.
Now, please roll shit damage.
Yes.
So Ugna, you take 9 damage,
Still up.
regular damage, plus another 4 cold damage, as you feel this icy chill from the weird shadows that are surrounding the arrow as it flies towards you.
I got 5. I got 5 left. I'm good.
Copernicus is going to take 7 damage.
Okay, still up.
And
That's some cold damage?
also 4 cold damage. Although
Hey,
I think
two hit points left.
Oh, good.
hang on a
Nice.
second.
We're all
I'm just
doing
going to
very
double
well.
check. I'm double checking whether you have some resistance.
No,
Oh,
I
'cause of
don't.
cold.
It just
I
checked.
don't think
Just
to cold.
necromancy?
No, you don't.
No.
Yeah. So and
I mean, I'm just
that
assuming
only
you
happens
have
when people
resistance
attack
to
her.
necromancy.
Yeah.
You could surprise me. Maybe you have resistance to, like, radiant or something. That'd be weird. I'm sure you're a holy
and
cleric.
I forgot. Something that she did already, which she can keep having because of concentration, means that you, Ugna, are currently the favored enemy
Oh, right.
and the hunters marked.
Ouch. I see someone is a ranger.
She's one of those. Great.
Yeah, so you're going to take an
Oh,
additional,
no.
an additional 2 damage from the hunter's mark,
Oh, no. 3
and
hit
an
points.
additional 4 damage from the favored
No.
enemy.
Okay. Okay.
So that is below 0.
That is below 0.
But because you are an orc,
I am an orc. I'm going
You
to
have-
grimly hold on with 1 hit point.
Yeah. What's your? I forget the name of the.
That
the,
is Relentless
feature?
Endurance. When you are
Yeah.
going to drop to 0, instead drop to 1 hit points. Once per long
Yep.
rest. So I will mark that off.
So this is your 1 mulligan, and
So
you
I get
sit at 1.
hit right in the chink between my armor and my shoulder, and I slump down over the slide down over the edge of the ship, but then just still manage to catch myself with 1 hand as I grimly hold to life.
So let me put that whole picture together for you. So as Copernicus grabs a hold of the gunwale, having tumbled across, and then Ugna just begins to pull herself up and put Cromlin on the side of the gunwale so he can cling on separately. So Ugna has 2 hands to pull the bunch of you over. Arrows suddenly out of nowhere thunk into both Copernicus and Ugna. So basically, as you pull yourself up over the side, wham, an arrow hits you, and you drop. And Tromlin is suddenly alone on the gunwale, and desperately looking down, sees that Ugna has caught herself with that indomitable orc spirit and clinging on
but
to
doesn't
life
look
with 1
good.
hit point.
Does not look
Now, here's a
good.
question:
And an arrow
Does
sticking out of you.
does our guest know that Ugna is still there?
I mean, probably not. An
Yeah.
arrow hit Ugna, and Ugna fell off the side of the boat from that perspective.
All right. I think I know what I'm gonna do next time. Okay.
The next
Cool.
person to go is going to be Glorpa. And I'm just going to have Glorpa participate, but that doesn't really help. So that's not enough to beat armor class. So Glorpa flies at Shaylin's face, being in Raven form. She's going to attempt to do the eye pecking strike, basically, but does not exceed the armor class, and so Shaylin dodges aside. Araxti is definitely preoccupied with the ship at this point, so I'm not going to give him an action. He is desperately attempting to regain control of the ship as this shadow hand fucks with all of his controls. So even more gadget hands come out of the various ports in the shell and start grabbing things and trying to get it back under control. And the next up is going to be Fetid.
Okay.
You find yourself in a backpack suddenly several feet below where you were a moment ago.
Yeah, I want to get out of the backpack and try to heal Ugna.
Ooh.
That is a thing you can do.
Yeah.
So you just need it to touch, so you can just like reach out and
yeah, exactly.
slap the back of her head. And go. Have some hit points.
So Cure Wounds is a level 1 spell. How does the
But you
spell
can cast
thing
it
work?
too.
I can bump it up.
Yeah, you can spend a level 2 slot to cast it for more healing.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to do that.
And you do have, I think you've got 1 left. You cast a Pass Without Trace.
Yeah, that
and
sounds
you,
right.
I think, already did a second level heal. So you think you've got 1 left.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, now is the time. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right. So what do I roll for that?
Yeah. Do you have the stats for the spell in front of you? If not, I can
I'm
tell
looking
you.
for it. I have the name on my character sheet, but
Okay. I believe Cure Wounds does D8s. Yes.
That sounds
So it's
correct.
so at second level you're doing 2d8. So
2d8.
2d8
Right,
plus your spell casting modifier, which is your wisdom bonus.
Very good. 10. Where's my 8? There's an 8.
And your wisdom bonus is a plus 4.
So 2d8 plus. Pretty good. No, that's a 10. I think I have 2d10. There
You have
2d8.
2d10 for percentiles.
5. Nice. 8. 13. Ugna, you get 17 hit points back.
Heck yes. That puts me back up to 18, where I was before. Nice.
Once. It basically just exactly undid Shaylin's attacks.
Mm-hmm.
I fixed your armpit for you.
Awesome.
So you are now aware, definitely, that Fetid is awake because he
yes.
is just like leaned out of the top of your backpack and smacked a hand on you, and you feel better.
Yep.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem. Also, good morning.
Oh, I just saw that
We're kind of in a situation here.
Our tracker just flew up. We are very close to another inspiration for everybody.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Meta.
Yeah. Just a very, very small distance away from more inspirations. Inspiration.
Inspiration.
Inspiration. I will say it that way because I'm
I think
Canadian
we just hit it.
and pretend I'm French.
Hey, 101%.
Hey.
Yay.
Oh.
Nice.
We did it.
Inspiration for
Nice.
everyone.
And I don't know how you make that
Inspiration for
roll
you.
over, Alina, but
Inspiration for you. Inspiration for your cow.
I guess you don't need to roll that over. We can just keep counting the percent above 100 and then just roll it over next time.
Yeah.
Excellent.
116.
Okay, so everybody gets another inspiration.
Heck yeah.
Well done to the channel. And next up on the initiative order is going to be Tromlin.
So I have a question.
Yep.
One of the things I have as a racial ability is Spirit of Dionysus.
Yes.
Is that like a standard action to do Vicious Mockery?
So it just gives you those extra spells.
Okay, good.
So you use your spell slots as normal. Vicious Mockery is a cantrip, so you can just do it when you want.
Now, question: does it? I'm blanking on what to say. Since it's that normally a bard spell, do I use my entire character level, or do I use my cleric level?
You use your character level as normal.
Yes. Awesome.
And
Awesome.
I'm just looking to see. I don't think it affects. Oh yes, your total damage is level affected. Yes.
Yeah. And one other question: is there something I can do to, I don't know, make it a little worse for her? I'm trying to make it where I'm the focus of all of her attention and rage.
I would be happy to make a deal with you
God damn.
where this is not like big enough to be a hero point, but if you want to spend that inspiration you just got back, I would be happy to have you basically personalize the Vicious Mockery,
Ooh.
especially since you just spent a bunch of time gaining her confidence and talking to her as her girlfriend.
Yep.
And basically like let her know, like effectively let her know it was you. In fact, you know what? Don't spend the inspiration. If you do that, we'll just call this a charisma check.
Oh yeah.
You're good at this.
But my only problem is my character does feel genuinely bad about what he's done to her.
First you catfished her, now you're negging her.
That's kind of it. Like, it's really not in his character.
I am willing. I mean, she did just shoot your friend in the face.
That's true.
True, that's my childhood best friend.
Yeah.
And she's
Yeah.
looking to destroy the world.
Yeah.
Trauma will feel guilty about this later.
Hey, I need you to roll to neg. So we're gonna make a negging check,
what is
which
that?
I think will be a persuasion.
Oh, my plus 10.
Yeah, you're very, very good at this.
Do I have advantage?
I'm just double checking the. No, you don't have advantage, but like you've got a plus 10. You're pretty damn good at this.
So a 30?
Nat 20. Okay.
All
So
right.
I look at Trauma looks at her, and with his hat of disguise, his face changes back to her lost love. He's like, "Huh? No wonder I left you."
Oh.
Oh.
Ouch. Yikes.
Oh.
Okay. So I will make the saving throw. I'm going to make the saving throw with disadvantage after that. If that's your nat 20 effect, I'm rolling a wisdom save at disadvantage to resist the vicious mockery damage. And yeah, one of those rolls is decent, but one of them is very not. So that is a success on your part. So go ahead and roll the damage. That's 2d4.
7 points.
Ouch.
And she now
7
has
points of
7
7 points of psychic damage, and she has disadvantage on. Oh, just the next attack roll. Yeah, as she is very shaken by this moment, and her eyes go wide.
I'm trying to draw her attention from everyone else.
Copernicus.
So, where's the nearest piece of like total cover?
There's lots. The ship is pretty covered in. Everything is lashed down, and you now kind of realize why as the ship is buffeting around. But like, there's lots of gear. There's a great big. I guess the coal store is probably under deck. But like, there's all of this equipment that extends up through the deck to run these impossible. Like, there's basically a giant steam engine and a whole bunch of clockwork that runs all of the devices, but also provides the hot air. There's literally a chimney of like a steam pump, a steam pipe that comes up from the device to the hot air balloon, and then there's these giant propellers in all directions to like maneuver the ship. All of it steam and coal powered. And then all of the other devices are like various clockworks. So there's all kinds of crap on deck that you can hide behind.
And what are my options in 5e for like healing myself with like second wind or anything like that? Do I have anything like that?
Not so. There's only fighters get the ability to do that in tactical time. So in strategic downtime, you can spend your healing search. You can do not healing search. You can do your hit dice. You can spend your hit dice to heal, but only during rest.
Yeah.
So you don't have that option. So it's 100% down to like spells and potions.
Yeah.
I will remind you have a healing potion.
Do I?
You had, because you guys stole some healing potions from, or not stole, you found them when you found that attacked caravan. And I thought that one of them was taken by Copernicus.
I think we gave Glorpa all of our fluids because it seemed like it was her
Right.
element. So I'm going, but what I will do is I'll hop behind full cover, and if I can like, if I can bring a rope from the gunnel with me and just like lash myself down, because I'm at 2 HP, I have no spells, I can't even do blood magic. I'm pretty sure at this point I'm
you're
dead
down
weight, I'm a liability.
The only thing I think you could do is a cantrip, basically.
Yeah, so I'm gonna lash myself in so no one has to worry about rescuing me if the boat starts falling over.
Sounds good.
And then Grandpa's gonna. I can do a distracting intrusion as a bonus action. So I think from behind the thing, I'm just gonna yell, "Oh shit, burn!" and see if I can distract Shaylin.
Someone in the chat's like, she loses concentration, right?
I'm gonna
Right.
go.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I might force a concentration roll.
On my
Because I think
on
that
the burn or my insults.
All of both.
that's what I'm referring to. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. Just to see if the hunter's mark is maintained. And I will. I'm just grabbing the distracting intrusion because I can't remember if that has to pair with something else you're doing.
Bonus action: one target in 30 feet makes Wiz save DC 15 or has disadvantage on attacks and saves until your next turn.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to make the saving throw. Oh, she did very well on the saving throw, though.
Ooh.
Rats.
What's the DC? 15?
15, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's good.
Okay, no worries. All right, well then, Grandpa's just trying to get out of the way and not be. I don't want to be a burden. I know how it is.
I'm so dead on her turn. So dead.
And that is what's next. So we're back up to Shaylin's turn.
Hey, the good news is I took no damage last
Did
game.
I not go last turn?
Did I miss you?
Yeah.
Oh, I
was
think
14.
I skipped you. You were supposed to go before Fetid. Sorry about that.
Right.
Um,
I can go at the end. I was holding action.
yeah, actually, you know what? I think as a result of like dropping and having to use your Orcish endurance
Yeah, that took my turn.
falling,
Yeah.
I'm going to say that I'm not going to take your turn away entirely, but I'm going to basically put you at the bottom of the initiative order. So what do you want to do now?
Cool. As I slid down the rope and I'm now kind of getting myself back together. Excellent.
You're effectively going to use your movement is effectively gone.
Yeah.
Because you're basically going to have to like get a hold of like not fall off the boat and clamber back up. But you can do other things in the process.
Cool. I would like to do use my menacing action. As she shot me, I fell off, and then I will like rise back up from the dead over the side of the ship with lightning crackling behind me.
What?
And try to make her very terrified of me. And Tromlin.
So you effectively managed to get back up to the gunnel, pull yourself up, and that was your full movement.
And
then
give
just
her a
like,
look that's
just
like,
roar.
that was a mistake.
Like just let out like like one of those roars that lions do that when you're at the zoo and you're like, holy crap, those things are loud.
Can we just appreciate what a bad day this woman's having?
Oh God, yes.
Oh, it's my long lost girlfriend. She's kind of weird, but oh shit, she attacked me. Oh shit, I'm on a boat. Oh shit, that satyr has my girlfriend's. Oh, I've been catfished.
Oh yeah, this is a bad time for her.
Indeed, and the effect of your.
I roll my intimidate versus her insight.
Right.
End of my next turn.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your intimidate. I am rolling her insight.
I have a 24
13.
to terrify her.
I think you're going to win. I rolled a 13. I'm just looking for a bonus, but I don't think it's going to be 11.
I rolled really good. I rolled an 18 on this one.
Yeah, she's pretty good, but it's a +5. That ain't going to do it. All right.
Yeah.
You have succeeded.
I still have her arrow like in my shoulder.
Frightened of you.
And I'm bleeding, but I'm definitely not dead. And now I'm angry.
So she is frightened of you until her next turn.
Yep. Which also means she gets disadvantage. I guess she already had disadvantage because of the vicious mockery, but
double disadvantage.
Double disadvantage.
She has disadvantage specifically against you.
Yep.
And she has, and then disadvantage generally, and then also she has to try and get away from you. That's the other effect of being frightened.
And I'm standing like right behind Tromlin.
Yeah. So that is definitely going to change what she's going to do now on her action.
Oh, did she have disadvantage on my DC on the saving throw, wisdom saving throw for my intrusion?
No, because it's disadvantage on attacks and stuff, not on saving throws.
Gotcha.
I'm double checking, but I think that's. Yeah, disadvantage on attack roll.
I like that it was a disadvantage derived from an insult, which makes it like literally a disadvantage.
Yeah.
A disadvantage. Well done.
Now, wouldn't disadvantage be if you have advantage because you were dissed?
Or because you dissed someone.
Yeah. So one person gets disadvantage, the other one gets disadvantage.
Advantage, yeah.
You have to be careful to distinguish those. Okay. All right. In that case, what Shaylin is now going to do is that Shaylin reaches up one hand and grabs the amulet that she is wearing.
Ooh.
And when she does so, it glows with like an unholy purple light. And which of these fun things is she going to do? No, I really think because of where you are, I was going to have her try and charm someone, but I really don't think that is on the cards anymore in this particular situation.
No one finds you charming.
Nope, not right now.
No. Well, charm person forces that, but
I know.
I don't think she is in the mind state to stop and attempt to charm people. So instead, she is going to drop Hunter's Mark, use the bonus action again to do the Shadow Hand, and the Shadow Hand is going to yank on another one of the levers so that the entire ship tilts almost 90 degrees.
Oh no.
So you are all now hanging, like those of you who are on the gunnel are now just hanging in space. There is no deck to hold yourself to. Copernicus is very, very happy to have lashed himself to the deck.
I told you all to wear a seatbelt.
Araxti goes flying off the ship.
Oh shit, we
Oh,
lost
no.
Malky's
We lost our
character.
pilot.
Oh,
Lost
no.
the pilot. And Shaylin is then going to use
It's okay,
her
he's got a helicopter
action.
in his hat.
Shaylin is then going to
Oh.
use her action to cast Misty Step
Oh no.
and is going to disappear in the mist, or in a cloud of mist.
I have a
Now,
question.
Misty Step has a short range, so you may be able to reacquire this target.
If
But-
I can detect magic at will. Can I
Mhm.
sense where she is magically?
Well, that might be a thing you want to do on your turn. But
Ooh.
I'll quickly question from Randy. So, what's up?
Does her tilting the entire ship count as an attack?
No, because she actually had no idea what she was doing. She was just trying to fuck up the controls, right? So, I didn't make her roll. So if you're talking about the disadvantage, it just wouldn't apply because there's no roll.
Gotcha. I have to
Yeah.
try.
No, I think it's not to the next turn, right? It's on her next attack, so it's still
I
the
think so.
disadvantage is still there if she is. I'm just double checking. No, it's till the end. Oh, it's disadvantage. Yeah, to the end of its next turn. So still, you went. I'm going to give you disadvantage on your next attack, but then your friend went. No, I'm going to frighten you the fuck away.
And she went, oh hell no.
So
Oh,
you can blame
hell no.
Ugna.
You know what? Ugna did what Ugna does. I can't fault
Yeah.
Ugna for this.
It's true.
Ugna did like a full-throated like. "Ah!"
Ugna's gonna oog.
Yep.
Just let
Yep.
it happen.
Yep.
Right in her name.
It's right in my name.
Okay. So we are on to Glorpa. Glorpa, having lost sight of the target, begins flying in a circle to try around the ship, trying to spot where Shaylin has gone to. And suddenly, you hear Glorpa squawk in that raven voice that she's been using. Oh, shiny! And she flies like a beeline off into the night, into the dark.
Damn it.
And I can reveal that is the result of the poll
Yeah.
choice as to what it is that distracts Glorpa.
A shiny.
Well, something that you are unaware of, but all you know is that she yells out, "Shiny!"
I mean, I assume this is just Glorpa would be distracted by that anyway. It just helps that she's also a raven right now.
True.
And that's Glorpa's turn. Araxti's turn. as Araxi goes like tumbling head over heels through the air, he stops as his legs. I mean, I'm sure everybody is as old as me and has seen Astro Boy, but his legs become little rockets. I'll use a not like 30-year-old cartoon example and say Iron Man. As the rocket boots shoot into activity, and he catches himself in the air and starts flying back towards the ship.
Fair enough. So that's one less worry.
And I guess he still has an action because that's movement, but he'll basically be shouting to his little minions and trying to, and the little minions will run away over from the coal shoveling to start pulling levers and trying to get things under control. And next up is Fetid.
All right. Well, first I'm going to
Actually,
mark.
pause for a second. I'm going to have the three of you that have no specific anchors to the ship give me a quick deck save as the ship goes pitching to the side like that.
Here is hoping better than
Difficulty's
that.
not too high this time.
15.
Good, 'cause I didn't roll super high. I have a
15 is
12.
fine. 12 will do.
19. Much
19
better.
Very
will
nice.
very do. So you all managed to like cling on very well
All right.
and not get in any kind of trouble. So yeah, you're basically free to act.
Mm-hmm.
So you were saying you're going to bonus action?
All right. I'm just looking over my abilities right now to make sure I'm not missing something cool.
Temporarily lost sight of Shaylin.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Let me see.
The Crimson Paradigm begins to rock back over from the actions of the little mechanical guy.
So I can't see her at the moment.
No, but you can attempt to reacquire. You can give me perception.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need to do first. before
Ranger
I do
versus
You have
Ranger.
dark vision, so
You
Yeah.
can do it.
yeah.
I don't know if I can do that. 6 plus perception. 13.
13.
Yeah.
I'm going to roll. Actually, no, I'm not going to give her a stealth roll because you're. I think I'm going to give her the equivalent of a passive stealth because she didn't have an action to take to hide or anything like that. But she does have magic that is stealth making.
Sure.
So I'm going to give her a just calculating what that's going to add up to for a passive stealth, basically a 10 plus stealth bonuses. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's not going to do it. So you get your weapon ready and like lean out like you're in a little you're like in the basket above Yavin in Star Wars for some no one knows how that guy got there. He just I guess he lives there. You're like in the basket in the backpack on Utna's back, like leaning out with your weapon and trying desperately to spot where the hell she went, and you don't see her anywhere.
Okay.
Anything else you want to do?
In that case, I think I want to just try and get to a more secure location. So I suspect this airship is going to be doing some more wacky maneuvers in the near future. So yeah, I think that's about it for now.
Okay. I'm just double checking what you've got left for spell slots. I don't think you've cast any of your first level spell slots.
Not really. I was gonna hunter's mark her, but I can't do that if I can't
Yeah,
see
you can't see her.
So
So you're still sitting with 4. Just making
Yeah.
sure I know where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next up is going to be Tromlin.
I'm going to try to find her first off.
Okay, give me a perception.
All right, my perception is a
Oh, I
+7.
I'm going to back up slightly and just say you have an option, Jeff. You've got like 2 inspirations now and a hero point. So like you've got options if you wanted
That's
to like
right.
re-roll
I
that
should
perception.
have re-rolled that perception. I'm gonna
Go
start
for it,
with
man.
my
Go for it.
inspiration
I'll let
to
you do it.
I'll mark
Because you're
that off.
basically not doing anything with your action otherwise,
Yeah.
so you might as well.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. Well, we'll mark
Well-
off the inspiration, but it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Okay, now Tromlin, you're going for a.
I'm going to try to find her.
You are intimately familiar with this spell, so you know it's fairly short range.
Yeah. So, ooh, that's nice. 23.
We'll definitely do it.
So
Oh, I was sitting here going, I thought you only had a +2. I'm looking at Copernicus.
I was like, nope. I have.
Not as observant. You got
Yeah.
a 7. You're good at this.
I need to be observant, or I would be dead.
Yep. So with your intimate knowledge of the spell, you know it's a very short range, and you immediately go, well, where would you disappear to that would be somewhere people wouldn't be able to see?
got this spell.
And since the ship is careening, you're not going to go up like on top of the balloon or something, so you look down under the ship. And sure enough, you see her at the lowermost ropes, like looking down, clearly looking for like an opportunity to drop or otherwise to escape off this off the ship.
So can I cast a cantrip at her?
A cantrip? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can cast whatever spell you want.
Do I want to entangle her or mock her again?
Ooh.
Well, the entangle is a 1st level spell, and it's
But it's also part of my
better.
Spirit of Dionysus.
Yeah, which basically allows you to cast it once per day without a slot, or once per long
Nice.
rest without a slot.
Does that also mean it works as character level, not spellcaster? So as
Correct.
a 7th level character.
Now I'm just imagining
Awesome.
like the rope kind of like springing forth into vines to entangle her.
All right, let me see. Spell entangle. I'm going to try and entangle her.
What?
Into like grapevines because it's Dionysus.
You basically grab a hold of the rope that she's on,
mhm.
and like it magically begins to like sprout growth, grapevines. Give me or sorry, is there I don't think there's a roll for this. I'm pulling it up.
It's a strength save.
Yeah, she doesn't make a save. So yeah, so like the ropes all around her start to like sprout these vines, and grapple. So this is now a difficult terrain for her, which it already was because you're vertical ropes, but now it's like really difficult. And she has to do a strength save or be restrained until it ends. So she's as long as she's in there, she has to make these saving throws. If she does make a saving throw, she can free herself.
Yeah.
And you can keep this in that area for up to a minute.
Yep.
Um,
Also, I tell the rest of the group, by the way, she's down there.
probably get more of a shout since she's since all of you're like careening through the air. Your save DC is 15.
Well, remember, this is
Okay.
as a 7th level character, so not my normal save.
That's right.
No, because their save DC is not doesn't affect the.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just your not profession bonus, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's fine.
It's based on your stats. But we made sure that your wisdom and charisma had the same bonus, so that it doesn't matter which spells you cast. The number's the same. So strength saving throw for her is
Probably pretty good, I assume.
Rangers get bonus to this one.
Worth a shot.
She has made her saving throw. So she is fighting with the ropes that are now trying to entangle her, and she manages to free herself. It is Copernicus's turn.
Oh, real quick, I should add, I have not changed my face back,
Okay,
so I blow
Excellent.
her a kiss.
Oh,
excellent. Very good.
So how quickly is do we call him Tan? Is that his short name? Mantan.
Mantan. He's
And
a
Tan was
man.
like his first name.
Okay.
Araxti is his sort of more use name.
Okay.
Man was his title. He is a normal man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Just is it because he has flying rocket boots and he's like a super techno tinkerer with like powered by technology. I feel like we can call him like Iron Man Tan, and it's
Good.
not inaccurate.
Good.
But so how quickly is he heading back toward the controls?
Pretty fast.
Okay, so I'm not worried about like trying to grab the helm or something. He's gonna
No,
be there in a second.
he's
anyway. Okay.
going to be there pretty quick, like
But
right away.
Then I think I'm just gonna do a regular chill touch on her.
Just hit
And
her
then
with
I'll
the
do
chill
another-
touch.
I'll do another bonus distracting intrusion at the end.
Sounds good.
Chill touching it up. I miss.
Hey.
And then I'll do a distracting intrusion, and I'll yell,
Oh,
"Oh,
I am
sorry-
rolling fire.
Sorry about your bird. I heard that ravens like murder."
She's like, I don't get it, so it doesn't work. No, she actually made a saving throw.
Oh.
But that's why. She's like, she'd never heard of the murder of crows.
What?
She's like, huh?
The
It's like, this is a
flock of
raven.
crows,
What are you
idiot.
talking
they,
about?
They,
Yeah.
they follow wars around and they eat carrion, so yeah.
Yeah, that is accurate.
Carry on, my wayward son.
I guess so. Weird old man that I just woke up near and I have no idea what's going on. And Ugna.
All right. She's down on the ropes fairly far.
Yep, down below you.
Gotcha.
Not super far. She basically teleported like 30 feet and then like was climbing down the ropes, so she's not that far away.
Oh man. Okay. Alina thinks this is probably a bad idea, but Ugna doesn't know about Misty Step.
Oh no.
Can I tie a rope onto my net and then throw the net at her? Because I could see what Tromlin was trying to do.
I'm not sure. Well, you've got two actions. Yeah, I would let you do that if you basically make that your whole turn. Because,
Sure, yeah.
like, getting in a precarious position, hanging on the side of the ship, getting, like,
Yeah.
the net out and, like, attaching a rope to it and then making the cast, that'll just take all your
Fishing.
attacks.
Yeah.
But I'm down.
Sounds good.
You
Am
realize
I-
what Copernicus was trying to do
Yeah.
with his fishing cast
I was
that he
like,
missed,
oh,
and you were like,
yeah.
fishing, right. You
I
can fish with nets.
I can fish.
Mhm.
I look over at Purdy and I'm like, let's turn this into a fisher trip. I tie up my net and I throw it down at her.
Hell yeah.
Alina.
So she is still frightened by you.
Oh god.
I'm going to give her disadvantage on evading this, but you still have to make the attack roll.
Yep.
You still have to make the armor class.
Woo.
I
So
like
go
that we-
for it. Ranged attack.
Cat fished her and then orc fished her, and also
Yep.
old man fished her.
Yep.
You're just trying to get all the fish, all the
Yeah.
different
Yep.
types of fish.
Mhm.
Alina, when you
Plenty
said
of
I can fish, my brain was like replaced fish with fist. I'm like,
Mm,
Oh,
no,
no.
that might
Oh,
kill
no.
her.
That's
That
bad.
will that.
I mean, maybe.
You mean punch. We use the word punch for that.
Yes.
Fished her right in the face.
Hmm.
17.
I think that'll hit.
I rolled 11 and I got a
Maybe-
plus 6 to hit with my net.
She is very wily. Where the heck is the AC?
Wiley, she hit her AC from the DM.
Where's that AC?
Yeah, shield's not. It's not on here for some reason. But I think it is a 17. So I think you just made it. I'm gonna arbitrarily call that.
Cool.
I think it's studded leather 12 plus 4 dex, and it's a +1 magic bonus. There's a shield, but she's not using it. She's busy swinging on ropes. So 17.
Cool.
So you got it. Okay, so I guess she is saving throw to see if she can escape being all tangled, but I'm giving her disadvantage, which is good because she definitely made the first one, and it definitely did not make the second one.
Ooh, good.
Yay.
Hooray! My
So she is
pun pushed
temporarily
it right over the
tangled up
edge.
in this net.
Yep.
She's tangled up in this net. And you have her tangled, and you have the other end of that rope. So next up is her. She's going to attempt to escape again.
Can't she just surrender?
How many
Well, right now
nets
she
do we
has
need
to
to
run away
drop
from
on
this
you?
person. I don't think that it would be plausible to cast Misty Step while you're entangled.
Right.
Like, I don't think that if someone's grappled you, you're allowed to just say, oh, I have Misty Step, so I'm not grappled anymore. Especially because it's a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
I am, in fact,
Nope,
Googling
apparently
that.
you can. Does she have another second level slot left, though? Let me double check what she's cast so far.
I mean, you could always put a penalty on it since she's kind of distracted.
I'm just gonna.
As long as you can cast the spell, is Misty Step a... It's just verbal components.
Oh yeah, I guess like if there's yeah, there's no, you don't have to gesture, so you can definitely cast it while you're grappled. That's actually a pretty damn powerful spell.
That
I
really
guess
Yeah.
that's why it's a second level spell.
I guess.
But at this point, you guys are high enough in the air that if she were to cast it down 30 feet, she'd still be like lethally high
a
up.
bad fall.
So I don't
scared
think
to
she's
stay
going to do
with.
that. Yeah. So instead, her last ditch effort here with being entangled and attempting a spell cast is she's going to look back up at you as you shout down, and she is going to cast Charm Person on you, Ugna.
I'm very
God,
bad
so
at this. I'm very bad at this.
So it is
Mm,
time for you to make a saving throw.
Oh, dear.
Nope. Is this
It
my
is wisdom.
intelligence or wisdom?
Wisdom.
Wisdom? That's
And you
just
know-
a 0, but I rolled a 5, so
gonna-
that's 5.
She's blowing a second level slot, so she actually is
Ooh.
going to do this on both you and Fetid.
Oh,
So
great.
Fetid also make a wisdom saving throw.
This is a good time to use inspiration.
Yeah, I will
I
point out,
rolled-
Alina,
That's
and
true.
I think both of you have
I'm
2.
gonna spend one. I can't roll super high, but maybe... Or I don't get a bonus, but maybe I'll roll better.
I rolled an 11, and I'm going to blow my last inspiration to try it.
Is that with
do
your
better.
bonus?
Nope.
Yeah, that's with my
Okay.
bonus.
I rolled a 3 this time.
That's much better.
Even lower.
17.
Okay, you shake your head. You kind of are like, oh, I feel bad for her. All this bad stuff has happened, and then you're like, wait. She's
No,
trying
I
to kill
don't
us.
feel bad.
She shot my friend.
I'm
Ugna, on the
kind-hearted
other hand,
and dumb,
you-
and I'm like, oh yeah, she's had a real rough day. Oh jeez, I kind of feel bad for her.
So she looks up at you pleadingly and says, please let me go, and does Charm Person. Now, the effects of Charm Person are that you are charmed until she attempts to do anything harmful to you, and you regard her as a friendly acquaintance. That's
Okay.
basically the role-playing cue that you have. So you aren't forced to do whatever she says. It's up to you. But she is going to turn on the pleading and say, please, just let me go.
And I will have that slightly glazed look in my eyes for half a second, and then be all like, "You're gonna fall down there. Hang
Lower
on."
me down. Lower me down.
Seems legit.
God damn it.
So that's her turn. So we'll come back to Glorpa is out of this, and
Ugna is
Raxti is
very
busy, so
dumb.
it's going to be on to Fetid.
All right.
You have shaken this effect, Fetid. You are good to go.
Yes. Let's see. Huh. How many ropes is she currently hanging by?
Well, there is one rope that she was attempting to get through, but she's on. But then suddenly, a bunch of the ropes magically burst into vines and
Okay.
surrounded her. She kind of escaped them and was trying to get away, but then a net was thrown in,
Mhm.
but that means that she's still within the vines, so they're again snagging. So effectively, she's really bound up by all of the ropes that are hanging off the back of this
Okay,
ship.
Cool.
Because it's just a mess now of like
Sure,
magical writhing
Spider web.
rope line. Yeah, until Tromlin drops the spell.
Uh-huh.
There's several.
Okay. Interesting. Are we trying to capture her or kill her?
That's the question.
Question.
We need to capture. We want to
Okay.
question her.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you an investigation roll here for some information.
Yeah. Let's...
I would love it if Fetid is the smartest one in the group at the moment.
All right.
You have
19.
a +5. 19. Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. You notice that amulet, the Raven amulet, is still kind of purple glowing,
Mm-hmm.
and you suddenly kind of think maybe that's part of where the magic is coming from.
Okay.
That's her bucket.
And
gotta
you
steal
have
her
a
bucket.
mage hand.
Yeah. I have Mage Hand. I also have Trick Shot.
Ooh.
Yeah. These are both options.
Oh, that's a dangerous trick shot. Oh no.
Let's see.
I mean, it would kind
Another
of solve the
option-
problem either way.
Part of me's like, my character can't tell you what because that'd be metagaming. Oh god, what you gotta do?
Let's see.
Let's see if we can find a speak of that spell.
Oh, that's
Let's
good.
try Mage Handing it first.
Well, your swarm of insects can basically swoop down. She is within range because she's only within Misty Step range, which
Right.
is the same.
All right, yeah, I want to try and grab that sucker.
All right, make me a sleight of hand check.
Didn't roll well. All right, 10.
This is cool enough that I would be willing to let you use your hero point to not just get that off of her, but like get it for yourself.
The last one with a hero point.
I'm also going to, if you do this, I'm going to edit it so more of her magic is only coming from the amulet.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun.
Hero
Because this is
points.
like a really cool idea. So your hero point here is you have stolen the sorcerer magic, and she just has some of her basic ranger spells now. So yeah, the swarm of bugs like flies into her face. She's like, oh, they get in her mouth and her eyes, and they undo the clasp and yoink the entire Raven amulet and bring it back up to you and neatly hang it around your neck.
Good bugs.
Or
No,
stick it in
actually,
your pocket or whatever.
I swallow it.
Right, where are we going through like?
Oh, good.
If she
Cool.
wants it, she has to wait 10 hours or kill me.
Are you sure you want to swallow it?
Yep,
Good.
Excellent.
that's what I would do. In the
Actually-
heat of the moment, that is where I would put something for safekeeping.
I'm going to reveal something to you guys because this is super hilarious. I have to edit my next poll now because
Nice.
that was one of the options.
Nice. I scooped the DM.
Fetid eats
I was
it.
going to describe it to you that it kind of looks like a dead raven,
No,
like a taxidermied raven, and it
that's
was
just
going to be
what I
one of
would
the.
do
No.
in the heat of the
So
moment.
Yeah.
100%, excellent, wonderful.
It's like
I will.
Cobalt instinct and also spite. I want to look her in the eye as I swallow
I'm definitely gonna push the second pull now till after the break because I'm gonna edit it.
it. Nice.
Wonderful. So yeah, you fly it right back up and gulp. So as it comes near you, and it's like there's like like an anime moment where it's like floating towards you, and its
Yep.
purple magic is glowing more brightly, and the clasp is like moving to go around your neck, like it's about to like, like it's an evil artifact, and it's about to like grant you power and power you up, and your eyes start to glow purple, and you hear the voice of the Raven Queen going, "My new minion," and then
I'm imagining like a full-on Yoshi tongue plucking
Yep,
it in.
exactly.
Yes, yes.
Yep. The Yoshi noise and everything.
the swelling evil music just cuts off with a record scratch, and you're just gulp.
In her own
then Fetid
dimension,
farts a
the
little
Raven Queen, staring into the mirror, going, "Did that little shit just swallow my amulet?" And she's like seeing the intestinal tract squeeze her out.
Her eyes go bug wide.
Well, did not expect that to happen today.
And now she has lost most of her magical options, and she just goes limp. So I'm gonna let's carry on the hero point. Somebody shouts surrender. Probably Ugna, who's like, "This is my friend. Come on, surrender."
I have something I was going to do real fast. Though, make
Sure.
her surrender. I want to Misty step behind her and sap her in the back of the head.
Excellent. So Ugna actually starts lowering her down because that was the suggestion. It's kind of only sort of working because of the entangle spell.
I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah,
Gotta help
and
a friend
then
out.
you misty step, end up hanging on the back of the net, and allow your own vines to entangle you, so you're there and not going to fall. And then you just go night night.
And I actually, with my attack bonus, it was over 20. So
And I'm just going to arbitrarily, again, part of this whole hero point to kind of end the scene. You can goose it with your sleep spell, whatever. It's not just a stun; it's a out cold. And with the ship righted, Ugna hauls herself over. Now both of your friends are down there in the
I gotta
tangled
help
mess,
them
so you
out.
just
Yeah.
gotta just pull them up onto the ship. And in
first
fact, I believe once she's unconscious, the charm is going to wear off anyway, and you're sort of going to be like, "Whoa, what was that all about?" Although maybe
I'll play
you're
it
just
like it's still lingering because I'm like, look, I didn't want her to fall and die. That
Yeah.
would be terrible.
She seems nice.
She's, she killed a lot of
She
people.
seems
but
like a nice murderous raven cultist.
Yep.
Everybody's got some kind of thing. So you've been hauled up, and you let the entanglement go, and you're basically now just all on the deck. She's all wrapped up in a net and unconscious, and the amulet is gone. And you can now search her and take all of her weapons and whatever else you want to make sure she's not a big threat. And we can move on. There's no sign of Glorpa.
right.
Glorp gonna glorp. Let's
Yeah. She'll catch up.
Can I
Glorpa got a
ghostly?
Glorp.
Can I ghostly gaze Fetid to see how the amulet's progressing through his organs?
I
That's
feel
an
okay.
interesting-
I mean, it's in my just stomach right now. It hasn't
It's in
gone
your
very
gizzard.
far yet.
It's still getting ground up a little bit.
Yeah.
An interesting choice.
I just want to see if it's doing
I'm
anything.
going to say yes. Well, so ghostly gaze is supposed to be for looking through inanimate objects, but I don't see that this is particularly a bad use. So
hmm
I just want to see if it's doing anything to him that we should be worried about.
I mean, I have
I mean,
iron stomach, so how bad
not
could
that
it
you can-
possibly
I mean, that's
be?
true.
not that you can tell. So you basically see through Fetid's stomach, and you see there's a small paring knife that had been in the backpack. There's this taxidermied raven,
Mhm.
or a small
Remember that.
raven, whatever, on a chain.
Smelled good.
There's some rocks.
Some fish bones.
There's there's some bones of something you don't want to know what is in here.
An entire horse hoof.
Yeah, there's with
Just a left
the
hoof.
with the shoe still nailed to it. That's actually in the process of breaking down. You guess it's been here a while.
Yeah, a couple years.
The eye
Yeah.
of Vecna.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some kind of glowing gem.
The One Ring.
Like, just throw it on
And
a
a
kobold,
hobbit
it's
holding
better.
onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I healed my grandfather for 12 points of damage.
Oh, thank you.
Some kind
Very
of
kind.
there's like some kind of undead hand in there that's sort of like just like crawling around, like thing from the Addams
Mhm.
family that's just kind of like
I'm legitimately worried
basically
about,
being
about
bored.
that claiming the amulet.
Oh my god, it's a carrion crawler. He brought that's an
Aw.
old D&D monster.
What's that?
That's an old actual D&D monster. Undead
Yeah,
hands.
not the carrion crawler,
Hey,
but
I ate
it's
the
an old
last
type
one.
of
They're
undead.
extinct now.
There's a specific undead that is
It's just the
the
hand.
disembodied hand from like the Addams family.
And in second edition, from an April Fool's issue, there was a cursed ring of remove hand. And if you put it on, your hand animated and ripped off of your arm
Nice.
and became your enemy.
Oh, that's a problem.
That would explain how you could bring it on the ship for free.
Yeah.
Because it is carry-on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Fine
Oh,
form
no.
tonight. Fine form.
Grandpa joke.
I am like gonna offer. I'm gonna offer like a special bonus of some sort to anyone in the chat who can tell me what the name of that undead was, because I can't remember. It goes all the way back to basic D&D. It might be even OD&D. It's one of
Just
the like
a hand.
higher level undead, like on the same par of like ghosts and those kind of things. And it's like literally just a disembodied hand that can run around and do things. And I think it has like an eye attached to it, maybe. Anyway, it's been a long time. That's like
It's
80s
old
D&D.
school.
If I am seriously going to give somebody in the chat something, if anyone can like figure that one out and tell us what it's called.
It sounds like it's a reference to the movie Reanimator, though.
Oh yeah, I mean like everything in original D&D was like, ripped off of something.
Yeah.
It's kind of the whole point. But okay, so you you have unconscious Shaylin now stripped of her weapons. You've got that black steel knife you already had, but now you also have the ritual dagger and her bow and arrows.
We've also got
The
her...
arrows look pretty normal at a quick inspection. And without even an Arcana roll, Copernicus, you suspect that the weird cold damage being caused by those arrows was a magical effect from the amulet. Powers of the Raven Queen.
I'm gonna gag her just in case she does have any spells left. I don't trust
Yep.
this. Bind and gag.
Yeah.
Good move.
Once the
have
charm
lost.
person...
Well, that's the way to avoid Misty Step, right? If she has other Misty Steps, gagging is the one. It's a verbal spell. It's the one thing you can do to prevent it.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Before I gag her, I'm gonna take the cloth I gag her with, and I'm going to turn to Fetid. Raise your arms.
Oh no!
Oh.
Even I feel a
Pretend
little
it's-
bad about this.
We've done so many horrible things to her.
This is the
It's
worst.
got even worse.
We also killed her familiar, like...
Yeah, it's still in a
Yep.
gem. We have it in a Pokeball.
Oh man.
Are you? If you're seriously doing that, she's probably not going to come around. It's like chloroform.
Yeah.
Good. That's the point. That is in fact the point.
She, like, her body just is like, oh, hell no. I'm not going back to that.
I raise my arm, but I'm like, are you sure about this? This might kill her.
In second edition, this would be an alignment check.
I just realized. So I've got people guessing in the chat. My brain is offering me like a weird word that I don't think is right, but it's definitely like a one word, just strange word name that they probably took from some like Middle Eastern mythology or some other world mythology.
Wait, there was the crawling claw that someone guessed. That was a forgotten
Yeah,
response.
that's not it.
Yeah.
It is definitely, if anyone has a copy, it's definitely in the rules cyclopedia. If anyone has like that 1990s version of D&D book, which I have a copy of, so I'm going to check on break because I'm super curious now. Anyway.
So, where do we want to go now? Should we go...
Away from that camp?
Yeah.
I think this would be a good time to see if we can get Dangolf here post-haste.
Yes, we definitely need to get hold of Dangle for this and say, look, we caught her. She has an amulet belonging to the Raven Queen.
Oh, fellows, I was on my way to Ravenfall, and I would be going that way again, but if there is some other place that is needed that you were wanting to go, I could potentially, you have gotten me out of this predicament that I was in. I'll call it a predicament. I don't know if that's really a word, but
That's
if
a
you
really
could take
good
me
imitation.
somewhere,
Yeah.
It's- I've been in enough exhibitor tables with Malky that I'm gonna try.
I want
Trying to
meet
do
with-
my
If I was still DM, I was dethroned immediately when I was in the DM screen. But if I was still DM, I would award you an inspiration for your performance.
Excellent.
However,
Thank you very
asked
much.
me, so.
I'll take that as a black token. Add another. No.
Oh, no.
No!
No!
Those are the payday loans of getting through
I'm
D&D
kidding.
problems.
It's true.
I am just thankful
Kidding.
that I was able to remind you, my black token belongs to someone
No,
specific.
no. I remember. I have a very specific plan for your black token. So
Uh-oh.
that's
Although, let's be honest,
Right.
the worst of my black token
Uh-oh.
was I got it from rolling really well.
That's a
So-
you got
problem?
it. You got it from rolling too well against
no.
the Fae.
Oh no.
So anyway,
I impressed the Fae a little too well.
Mm,
A little
mhm.
too well.
So was
So what would you like to do?
Was he gonna meet us like back in Mud Hollow or
We're not going
Stonehill?
in the Mud Hollow while they want my head. Maybe we can meet him outside Mud Hollow somewhere.
I think
You're
you mean
thinking
Stormhill.
of you're thinking of Stormhill. Stormhill was where you were going to meet him at the inn. Yeah.
Mud Hollow's
Mud
our
Hollow
house.
is like where your home is. Yeah.
Well, the
Oh, my
problem
God.
is, I don't think that our guest troops are going to just disband because she's missing, because they had other people of importance. I think they're going to just try to keep going without her.
But maybe we can
So
ask her
maybe-
sort of what they were trying to do.
mm.
Yeah, we also might get a very different Shaylin now that she's not under the influence of the amulet. Or she might pretend to be a different Shaylin, but she is in fact
Indeed.
not different. Yeah. We're gonna have to do
Either
But at the
way,
very
I
least, she doesn't have her stupid amulet, because I
Yeah.
hate it.
And she's not going to be happy to see me, so I'm going to have to probably change myself again.
Well, I think we can. I think we should not go back to Stormhill, and maybe see if we can get Dangolf to come meet us outside of town somewhere.
Oh, I have to meet someone, don't I?
In Stormhill?
No. Lane, I have to meet my new buddy.
Pulling up my notes now because there's
Yeah, didn't you have a meeting
too
tonight
much
or
stuff
something?
going on.
Yeah.
Some kind of weird Fae meeting?
Yeah.
Which you haven't told us
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, I'm desperately searching my notes because I'm trying to remember exactly who it was. Oh, right, with with your new friend Pucklezog.
People's yes. Yes, I haven't had a chance to catch the crew up on what happened when I went missing, have I?
No, you haven't.
So should we do that now, as I'm healing people?
Mm-hmm.
So, when I vanished, it was because my god of the day was a Fae god of the wild linked to the Drow,
Oh.
and some other Fae have been filing claims against us, and I basically had to go to court.
Did you win your
Ooh.
case?
Yeah, I did. That's one way of putting it. So
Well, that's good.
One of the people was our departed friend's servant, who Misty stepped away.
Oh, he was a Fae.
He is a Fae.
Oh.
He's a satyr, and he is also trying to solve the case of what was going on with the Raven Queen. So he's on our side, but he thought we were villains because, for some reason, he was tormented by people.
Yeah,
We are pretty good at that.
Had to,
a little.
I had to smooth that over and apologize. I did, though.
It seemed like
It's
a
'cause
good
you're
real
idea
good
at
at
the
talking.
time.
Yes.
You.
So I got him calmed. So the goddess, whose avatar was present and not amused,
A goddess?
did let that go. And then our friend the Myconids were very confused as to why a demon was sent to them to terrorize and attempt to destroy them. I did my best to explain to them that it was not a personal thing, but what they had taken from my grandfather could end his life. And while they didn't completely understand what was going on, the good news is the Arbiter did, and was apparently very impressed with my ability to talk. Very impressed with my smooth talking.
So we're not the bad guys, though, right?
We are not the bad guys, but I will say my dry spell is over.
Oh.
Congratulations.
I just clap you on the back.
With a goddess.
Congratulations.
A Fey goddess. That usually has a price.
You
Wow.
survived. That's pretty good.
Oh.
I survived so far.
Your grandmother would be very proud.
I look at the bucket and give it a thumbs up.
You got her on with the goddess. That's wow. I mean, good
her
on you.
avatar.
I mean, good.
So, and then sent me on the way. But Pucklezog, who is on our side, is calmer. Still a little iffy on some of you, so please do not torment him anymore with heads and blood or whatnot.
Oh, he's the servant.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was actually on our side the whole time, but we didn't know.
Oh.
And his first exposure to us was that incident.
Yeah.
That would make us not look very good.
But no, he understands. He understands. I apologize on behalf of the group. I will ask, if possible, when you all meet him, if you could all give an apology for scaring the ever-loving shit out of him.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
So to make it clear for the audience, just because they didn't get to see Randy's little side scene, Tromlin effectively fucked his grandfather out of trouble with the Fae. That is basically what happened.
I mean, that's very in character.
Yeah.
I used all my orifices to protect my family.
With the
And
Dark
we
Lady
are
Shar.
Very grateful.
With probably the most dangerous Fey god to fuck with in every sense of it.
And you fucked with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the black token came from. It was the nat 20 on the persuasion roll.
That's
okay.
not going to be a problem.
I am convinced that black token is going to appear in a Fey god's version of a "you up" text message.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you could possibly mean.
You're like, do soul who dis.
No, I will not. I will not.
Oh, we have a winner in our chat. We have a winner. While this conversation was going on, I looked it up and found it online. The name of the classic undead that can appear as a disembodied hand is a Druge.
Ooh.
Oh yes.
And Metageeky just came up with it. Well done, Metageeky.
Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, they're in a bunch of RPG video
sketch
games
off that
too.
way.
Yeah, it's from a Middle Eastern mythology of some sort. But yeah, the thing I was messing up is that they're not always a disembodied hand. They can also appear as a disembodied eye or a skull. I just always used to DM them as a hand because then Anos family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
also Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
So I'm gonna have to come up with a special reward for Metageeky on that one. Excellent, well done. Okay, so
well, that was a big night.
Yep. So I went from getting laid to reminding someone of the woman who spurned and walked away from them, and then
these things happen.
Knocking her unconscious twice.
I mean, she was trying to kill us, I guess. I don't know. Maybe?
Is there like a summon therapy spell that I can cast on this woman?
There are spells for that. Clerics have lots of spells for that sort of thing.
Actually, Ugana will come over and kind of like give you a little squeeze on the shoulder and be like, "Look, you did what you had to do, and she was gonna hurt a lot of people. Like, she did set that wagon on fire and attack a lot of dudes.
She did kill a lot of people who had no reason to die.
And maybe now we can tell her not to do that, and maybe make the guys go back up north, and then everybody will be safe again.
That would be cool.
It'd be real easy.
Well, let's go meet Uncle Zog and then figure out.
Yeah, you arranged to meet Pucklezog at the same clearing in the woods that you had been let out from, so you have a general idea of where that is.
Yeah.
It's not far, and not far from in the whole area. So it's and it's out of the way. It was in a hidden dell, so not a bad spot. Are you asking Raxty to just drop you off there, or what do you want to do?
I feel like we should let him escape because he has more than repaid any debt he might have had to us.
Yeah.
Also, because I don't want to risk Melky's character getting hurt because he could rejoin.
I'll tell you what I'll do. If you need, my offer still stands to give you a ride somewhere. That's just nearby. That's fine. I'm going to go and get supplies in town. I'm going to go to the town of Stormhill. I'm going to go and take a moment there and check my ship for damage, and it'll be safe there. There is a garrison, and I don't have to worry about these people in the woods trying to take my ship again. And before I have to go on and finish with my deliveries, I'll go there, and I'll wait for a while. If you come and you want to ride somewhere, I will give you that ride before I go on about my business. Does that sound like a good idea? And I need to stop and get food and
that's real generous.
supplies.
I go to reach into my bag and be like, "Oh, you need food?" And then I just pull out
person.
crumbs, and I'm like,
Yeah, there's
sorry.
There's no rations left. The 2 weeks of rations that you brought for 5 people are all gone.
Yeah.
I will
currently jostling up with the phylactery that it swallowed.
I am the phylactery.
I pull out a mason
Phylactery
jar
factory.
of the stew I made the other day. Here you go.
I will drop you off here, my friends, and then I will see you again. See you again soon in Stormhill. If you do not come within a couple of days, I will be moving on. But for that time, I offer for a ride stands.
Be safe, friend. Be safe.
You're a good man.
Yes, I am a man. That is correct. Good of you to notice. I am a normal human man. There's nothing at all unusual about me. And as he's saying that, different little gadget arms are reaching out of his armored shell to adjust. I don't know if you caught any of the stream last time, Jeff, but effectively this is a turtle who has an entirely mechanical shell as his artificer armor.
And while we are discussing which of us are normal human men with nothing strange about them, I would like to remind everyone I too, equally normal, equally also just a normal mortal able to die man.
Granddad.
Exactly the case. Neither of us are in anywhere unusual. I am not an artificer with magical powers, and he is not a warlock with magical powers. It is all completely normal and ordinary.
Yes.
Uga's just nodding.
So here we are, my friends, and he takes you to the dell that you describe. You sort of go up front with him, and he navigates his way from your descriptions through the hills. And he'll lower the ship down, and you're all sort of prepared to go. I guess to go over the ropes over the side, and he goes, "No." And there's a section of the prow of the ship where the deck falls away and becomes like the gang ramp from I don't know, Flight of the Navigator or something. One of these. Again, I'm just going to make nothing but 80s references tonight. Okay, I just want to make sure everyone knows
Welcome
how
to
old
80s
I am.
night on the stream.
Yeah, welcome to 80s night, otherwise known as my life.
Yeah.
Someone on the stream said black token for goddess poken.
And that is an accurate description of what is happening.
Another was you try to screw with my family, I will screw with you.
Yep.
Oh.
It was a very Tromblin way of dealing with it. It's like, oh no, my grandfather has angered the Fae. I will offer some
Tromblin
fucking.
did not instigate that. He was hit upon.
Fair.
You did not say no.
No,
Fair.
but you did pull out the nat 20 ridiculous 30 total persuasion rolls.
To
Yeah.
charm that goddess.
Oh
Mhm.
god, that's gonna fuck me over so bad later. So bad.
It's cool. Don't worry about
Um,
it. That's for the
Oh, no.
future.
That's
so
future
exact.
Trump.
That's future
Future
trauma's
Trumba's
problem.
problem.
It sounds like in this courtroom, Grandpa wasn't the only one who got off.
Oh, you're right, and that's the worst part.
One hell of a defense attorney you got there.
Mhm.
So he lowers you down, and you can head off. And there's just this very appropriately twilit, loamy dell in the hills. The forest floor is soft from like rotten loam and mosses. There's a ring of colorful, outsized toadstools and stones circling the entire little glade. Dromlin, you're like having drow goddess dungeon flashbacks.
I mean, it was only a few hours ago, so.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, yep. You're like, you check there's pockets of the ground that are still warm.
This is where the magic happened.
Oh.
Glorpo, someone put it, Glorpo will be so disappointed that she will.
She missed
Missed
this.
the goddess. The goddess banging.
That Tromlin nailed a goddess basically in Marsh.
In the marsh. She was like, I could have helped to saturate the ground for you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Make it softer and wetter. Best.
Wait, when you
Best
don't
environment.
when you don't have lubricant, so you use your water genasi
Oh
friend.
god.
Oh god.
I quit. I'm done.
Yep.
Hey, Fetid has a magic item that ensures you'll never be out of lubricant.
Oh no. Oh no.
No.
Is that what the beans do? What do the beans
Oh.
do?
No, Fetid has a magic jug that can produce liquids.
Mm.
So,
I am not getting
and
my
that
loot from
includes liquids.
Yeah,
nothing against Fetid, but I am not getting my loot from him.
that's fair.
It would not smell good.
Probably not
Go to the
safe
trash
for...
kobold for
Everyone would
hey,
get an infection.
can I get some cut rate lube? I met a kobold in a trash heap, but I bought a jug of lube from.
Oh, why?
That's like showing up to your date with one of those little tiny
like,
roses
hey.
you get at a gas station in the glass vial that's used for a crack pipe.
I paid for it with magic beans.
Fancy.
Okay. So here you are. Later tonight, you're supposed to meet with him. You didn't specify a time. You just said later tonight.
Yeah.
We could
So you could like set up camp,
sleep.
have a rest. You do still have an unconscious Shaylin
Prisoner?
with you, so you have the option of attempting to bring her around and interrogate, or you could wait till after your meeting with Pucklezog. Whatever seems best to you guys.
I mean, I figured I'd be tending to everyone's wounds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should also probably do some resting and.
At least a
Yeah,
short rest,
resting
if not a
after
long
recovery.
rest.
Yeah.
Would it be considered disrespectful to the goddess if I started like trying to make food for my family here?
Oh no, this is you're familiar with a lot of the ways of the Fae, not like as much as like an arcanist expert might be, but like in general, there are Fae folk who eat. Like it's not like they would hang out in these places and be like, oh, making food here would be disrespectful.
Okay.
You would like want to be controlled about like where you build a fire. You wouldn't like cut down a living tree or anything like
No.
that to.
I figured I
but
would probably just try to make
easily done.
something simple and make sure to put aside a portion for the Fae. I was like, here's an offering, we're in your glade.
Yeah.
In fact, I will actually say that in this glade, there's a spot you didn't really notice before. Right in the center of the toadstool ring, there's like a built-up rock circle with like some blackened coals amongst the sand and debris, where
And you know
someone
what?
clearly has previously had a fire.
And nothing has ever gone wrong when you decide to make a meal in a fairy circle.
No, for sure. That's
No.
great.
In fact,
Definitely
that's
do
the
that.
best place to eat. I think that's the common wisdom.
Definitely gives it extra spice.
Always eat and drink anything you get from the Fae. It's
I will say in
Rule one.
Sylvan out, even though they're not gods, it's still respecting Sylvan. We enter your home. We wish to make a meal. If you'd like to join us, please do. And I will set into motion cooking there. Try to get some fish from the local water or whatever, like things that aren't Fae or aren't plant life.
While he's
Um,
cooking, can I put a message? Can I cast a message spell, kind of like an alarm trigger, so that if Shaylin wakes up, the message activates and make noise that we all hear?
yes, you
Ooh,
absolutely
smart.
can. That's a great use of the message spell.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I'll cast it on like one of her ropes or something, and if she wakes up, then the rope will go like, I don't know, wakey wakey, eggs and bakey.
Sounds good.
Good.
You're currently
Wakey,
using
no one loves you.
a rag that was wiped in Fetid's armpit as a chloroform
Yeah.
gag. So you start looking around for like sources of food, Randy, and Tromlin's not having a lot of luck. But I think as soon as Fetid notices that you're doing that, you can very quickly and easily acquire whatever he's looking for. You've got all the ranger tricks and skills and so forth to like easily get some fish or find a local stream. You find a local stream and go fishing with Copernicus.
And if you could set up some wards or alarms, I don't know how fast Shaylin's people will mobilize, but I imagine they'll be out for blood and soon. Just to be safe.
Yeah, you could
No,
cast an alarm spell. You still have lots of slots for that. Throw an alarm spell around the
Yeah.
clearing.
I'm pretty sure I'm mostly out of spells at this point. I'm just
Yeah.
cooking.
Yeah, you still got a few of your once per long rest. So let's at least count this as a short rest. And I think
Short rest.
Ugna, that means you can use your healing
Hell
surge
yeah.
if you want. Anyone can heal during a short rest with hit dice if you wish to.
Yeah.
Definitely, because I am out.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Oh.
take however many of the hit dice you want to spend and roll them, and then you add that. No, each dice that you roll, you add your con bonus, and you get that many hit points back.
Okay.
What do I roll to prepare food?
Um,
I forgot,
you
I'm
would
sorry.
make a performance check, but in this case, I don't think you need to. You actually have the chef background, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and also I forgot about that. Because you're preparing food with your chef background, you actually provide additional healing during short rests to the people that you are providing for.
Ooh,
Oh.
nice.
So everybody is going to get the equivalent of a heal spell worth of hit points back
Nice.
right off the bat. I'm just going to throw that roll for you
1d8 plus 4.
real quick. Yeah, 1d8 plus 4, so that's 11. Roll the 7.
Nice.
So before you do any of your own spending for healing, you all get 11 back just from the meal prepared by Tromlin.
And I will make sure
Hey.
everyone knows that there's one bowl that is for the Fae, and that's put aside. I'll also make one for Bucklezog and one for our unconscious friend, because eventually
need
she's
to
going
eat.
to wake and she has to eat.
God, that puts me almost back up at full hit points.
Nice.
Did you do your
Yeah,
heal?
between that, I haven't even done my healing surge yet.
Yeah, we don't need to.
I
You
wouldn't
can save
bother
it.
because it's, yeah, I'm like nearly full. Sweet.
Or second wind, it's called.
And I get my superiority dice back, so if we need to beat anyone else down, I'm good.
I used up 4 hit dice, and I'm at 50 of 52. So I'm happy there.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah, you get some rest and wait for a while. So you're waiting until Puckalazog comes. You're not going to try and bring Shaylin around.
Not if we're still
She
patching our
probably-
wounds. Yeah.
She's
Now with
she's
the sleep
probably-
spell on her, she'll stay out for basically at least as long as a normal night's sleep.
Yeah, it was night,
unless
wasn't
you
it? So it's
deliberately
like
wake her.
it's like
Yeah.
after midnight now.
Yeah, it's actually getting on towards dawn when Puckalzog arrives. So that you've got a few hours of rest, which is why I'm calling it a short rest.
So I can also make a breakfast in the morning too.
Yeah. And why don't, before we get into the Pucklezog stuff, then this is probably a great place to take our break.
Yeah.
So let's, and then I can take a minute and recalculate my second poll here. I have to remove the Raven amulet from the options. Eating the
Has
Raven
been
amulet.
eaten by one kobold.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right.
I
Well,
love
let's
that someone
take
referred.
a
Okay. All right, everybody.
15. Sounds good. We'll see you, what, 10,
My
15?
my kobold character has no nose. How does he smell?
Goodbye,
Terrible.
everybody. And we're back.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back. Okay, I am just finishing the edit that I had to make on the fly on our poll, which gives me a good place to start here.
Because we accidentally did the poll.
Yeah. Well, it'll become evident to the audience
I
how
made
that
the
works
correct choice.
shortly. You made the choice for the audience before they got a chance to.
Good.
Okay. So I'm going to pick up. We left our heroes relaxing for a while they wait for the satyr Puckelzog, who turned out to be the real name of the servant of Otto Thriftwick. And while you're waiting around, just a few little bits and notes. First of all, I want to point out for the player's perspective, because the audience who is here already knows, that whole side situation with Tromlin was in fact chosen by the audience. The poll in question was, what has Tromlin been up to while this is going on? And the choices were searching for a flower, a rare flower, brewing a poison, and pleasuring the dark fae. And you can guess which one the audience chose now.
I mean, that one's kind of loaded. They're pretty obvious where they're going to go on that one.
Yeah.
Didn't win by a lot.
Oh, really?
You never know. People have their own choices. We try to make them all seem interesting.
Pleasuring the dark fae is
I've
very.
been complaining
like,
about
well,
your dry spell
yeah.
for so long.
Yeah, I think people decided they had to throw Tromlin a bone.
Shut him
Literally.
up.
Or somebody else a bone.
A bone was thrown.
The best part is we both have head racks because she had antlers and I have.
Sounds risky.
You got
You gotta be
Yeah.
careful.
Got
with
handholds.
You got to be careful with your
Handholds on there.
positions, or else you get
Mhm.
locked. It's like no
Mhm.
good, no good.
Bad way to go.
yeah.
So now, in the meantime, while you guys are all getting a rest in,
That's what they call an Arcadian tangle.
I can. While you're all getting a rest in, I can spend a little. Have Fetid spend a little quality time with his digestive system.
Nice.
So there's a point while you're kind of getting in some rest after you do your little fishing with Copernicus, and you're just kind of like lazing around with your full stomach, nursing your food baby while Tromlin prepares some kind of tasty fish stew. You feel like you hear a voice, like very distantly, like it's coming from very far, far away through the woods. Like at first you kind of look around because you think it's someone like off in the trees calling to you, but you can't figure out what direction it's coming from, which is weird because you're a ranger. So you do a little bit of like, where's that coming from? And the voice is like distantly calling your name. Like you could hear your, Fetid.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
wouldn't be the
woman's
first time
voice.
something I ate did this. So
Yeah.
May I roll perception to see if I notice? Especially 'cause I may have
you
noticed
cannot
symptoms like
and
this
you
before.
don't.
Oh, okay.
Because
I don't mean the
this
voice.
voice.
I notice Fetid.
Oh, notice Fetid reacting
I've
strangely.
been around this, and I also am.
You know the
prone to imagine
signs.
that- Yeah.
I'll let you know when I'm calling for it, because there'll be a little bit more going on, and maybe that'll be something that catches through. At this point, it's just like it's just like if I'm gonna this for you dog owners, it's just like the dog kind of suddenly sitting up and kind of looking at in a particular direction, and then it must have been nothing, going back down. So nothing that draws too much attention yet.
Okay.
From Copernicus. That kind of like, it's very, very faint, and like it's so quiet, like at times you're not even sure what the words are. Just this distant musical voice far, far away saying things. Occasionally you catch your name.
Yep.
And then at one point, you hear a very distinct, like you're sort of like, groaning a little bit over the stomach. There's a little bit of grumbling. Nothing like unusual for you. There's movement going on in there.
Yeah.
Eventually, that's a lot of rations that were going in. Something's going to be coming out soon. So you're just kind of the usual
Riding it out.
motility sounds.
Yeah.
And suddenly, from your stomach, it seems like you hear a voice basically say, "Where are you? Report." And that one I'll get a perception check from Copernicus on. I'm going to say Tromlin and Ugnar are a little bit busy dealing with the food a little ways away, but
Yeah.
Copernicus is going to be nearby enough that I'm going to give you a perception check on that.
I'm keeping an eye on Shaylin, not on Fetid's butt.
Yep.
I am worried about Fennet's butt, though.
I mean,
Yep.
you probably always should be.
All right-thinking beings should be worried
Yep.
about. If you're in the proximity, it's something worth worrying
Yep.
about.
It's like
I
having a
got my
small
first-
nuclear weapon.
Mhm.
I got my first roll above a 10 so far this
Ooh.
session, so I just want to celebrate
job.
that.
Well done.
Congratulations.
I got a 16.
That'll do. Yeah, you caught like the creepy magical voice and that immediately makes you think, distant creepy voice coming through an artifact that's just, like a Tuesday for you.
Yeah.
You're
this
just
is probably
not
the-
used to that noise, that kind of a noise coming from the bowels of a kobold.
Yeah.
But this is probably the Warlock patron equivalent of like the guard hasn't checked in on the walkie-talkie and the guard got knocked out, and now they're like,
Yep.
report in.
Yeah, now this is where you want to like put your head close to Fetid's butt and go, "We're all fine here.
Here,
How are you?"
Mhm.
I look up from the pot to see that and go, nope, nope.
Not getting involved, no.
I'm gonna say, you heard that too?
Yeah.
How are
It's
you?
not the
feeling?
first time something I've eaten has talked to me, but usually they're not asking me to report in about something.
I think we might be hearing from the other end of whatever dark forces Shaylin has been in league with, and they are asking for a report.
Well,
So-
they're going to be hearing from my other end in about 4 hours.
I think we should haste ourselves back to camp and discuss what to do.
Mhm.
Do you,
Or discussed what to do.
to do? I mean, so I assume that you need to like touch the amulet to be able to communicate with it. Is technically Fetid's a magic user and is touching the amulet. Could Fetid attempt to speak back via the
I
stomach?
mean, it would
without
probably
even you-
be muffled, but I bet it would work. Seems
Without even making an
reasonable.
arcana check, this is the kind of an artifact that would require attunement. So if having it in his stomach would fulfill the requirements for him to start attuning it to himself,
Yeah.
if he wishes to make use of this item.
Can
To
I
be
identify
intimately
it?
connected to the
through
item
his
in
body?
some way.
I would normally say no, but I did let you look through him with ghostly gaze, and you've had a
Also,
rest, so you
I
can use
imagine-
ghostly gaze again.
And I imagine. I can't believe I'm asking. Fetid, how's your gag reflex?
What gag reflex?
Perfect.
Like,
Can I reach in?
kobolds don't have them. That's how we.
What is a gag
things
reflex?
bigger than
Yeah.
us. Yeah, like.
Can I reach in and just like?
Oh yeah, no. By all means, fist my throat.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Identify on it, and I'd like to reach in. I'm gonna just tell the group what we're doing first. We'll come back.
Yeah. Let's explain it to them before they come.
No,
upon
please
us.
don't. No, please
First of
don't.
all, you're going to cast Identify. You do the ritual.
Ritual version, yeah.
You're going to use your ghostly gaze so you can actually see it.
And then I'm gonna try and make
do the
contact with it physically.
do you have to touch it to do Identify? Or is this for another reason you want to touch it?
Perny's gonna say yes, whether or not it's true. Perny wants some alone time with the evil amulet. Or as alone as you can be while you're inside a kobold.
So yeah, ghostly gaze. You activate. You can see the item through him, and you can do your ritual and cast Identify.
Before I do so, I'll tell you. I'm just gonna have a little look-see in Fetid, see how we're doing with the amulet thing. It was talking to him. It sounds like whatever Shaylin was in contact with is now trying to ask for a reply and is not aware that it's inside a gizzard. So I'm just gonna give it a little look-see, and we'll see what we've got on our hands.
Oh,
here.
like a magical look-see, like ooh.
Yeah,
So-
magical.
Certainly gonna look like magic.
Going to make my
So-
whole forearm disappear.
And you'll get it back. Unless I sneeze.
Now this is interesting. So you are going to reach in there. As you're using Ghostly Gaze, you're looking in and seeing all the detritus that are in there. And
Shake hands with
Hand
the hand.
escapes.
yeah, I was just going to say, there's like an undead thing in there.
Just to have the weirdest handshake.
Mm-hmm.
Fist bump of the damn.
It does the little palm tickle.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of like go shake hands. You're going to immediately take 13 necrotic damage,
Ooh.
and temporary penalties come with that aren't going to be relevant because you're not really in combat. And you sort of jerk your hand back, and the hand comes with you or comes with it, and then it immediately is going to like as soon as it's free from kobold surroundings, it's going to shake itself free from your handshake and scuttle off into the woods as fast as it can.
Okay.
And
so
Fetid,
sorry.
that is like
Was that your
Yeah.
pet?
Not really a pet. That was dinner, like, when I was 8. So quite some time ago.
kind of like a
I
tape.
thought it was dead. I guess not.
And then you've got some like weird, creepy penalties. I think it gives you like attribute penalties or something for a while. Anyway, not relevant
Just have
because
the heebie-jeebies.
it's not relevant because it'll pass before you guys have any sort of combat encounter for it to matter. So just take that story-wise, and then you can go back in and start feeling around for the amulet again.
Alrighty, and here we go again.
I am going to now start the next poll, so I will ask the players to
Not look at the chat.
temporarily vacate the chat.
And just in case the amulet does take possession of me or something, our safe word will be elbow deep. And if I say that, try to make sure that you hold on to the amulet and it doesn't come up with me, just in
Okay.
case.
Okay.
I like that they have a
Just
safe
give
word
me
for
a
this.
second.
I'm making breakfast.
Yep.
Not.
I'm checking on last night's dinner.
I
And
also
last
imagine
week's.
that like Fetid's jaw makes that like garbage noise when it opens. It's like.
Yep. Absolutely.
You step on his tail and it just opens.
Yep.
Okay, the poll has begun. Participants in the chat, you have 10 minutes to vote in the poll. Hopefully everyone realizes now that I had to edit this poll because originally there was an option on it that is probably obvious to you all. But in the meantime, go ahead and throw in your votes. As usual, you can put in extra bits or channel points for extra votes as you choose. So while that is counting down and we'll get some votes, I will come back to the rest of y'all. So your identify spell, first of all, is going to identify this as what would be an equivalent of a rare artifact, basically a one-of-a-kind item.
Ooh.
So it doesn't have like a magical item name.
Mhm.
It would be an amulet of the Raven Queen. Basically a magic item so dedicated. It is of divine magic type.
Oh.
So you suspect that it is a focus, basically, for divine magic. In other words, the powers that it granted to Shaylin were powers granted to Shaylin by the Raven Queen.
Mm-hmm.
So you suspect that a certain degree of devotion would be required to attune this to oneself, and the power would likely scale with that. So in other words, the more devoted the follower, the more you're very familiar with this type of stuff because, for example, sacrifices made in the name of the entity to which the thing is dedicated would be ways to increase the power that it has. But you also recognize the sorceress origin of this item, so that the power is divine, but this was definitely made through warlock magic. So it's not like an artificer device. It's something that was made through pact magic.
What do I think is the likelihood of this thing being able to like possess or influence someone, especially like fetid? Am I worried about this doing anything while it's inside him?
I mean, there's definitely a possibility, but it would involve. So there's two issues. One is the warlock who made this is definitely not Shaylin. You know Shaylin's not using warlock magic here. So somebody else made this, and you're now thinking, okay, well, there was a warlock. Come on, what's the word?
The bandit camp?
Nope. Pet. Nope, that's the wrong word.
Familiar.
Oh,
Familiar.
familiar.
Familiar. Thank you. My brain was like F word that I'm not going to give you. There was a warlock familiar that was clearly hanging out with Shaylin Tark, the Raven, and there is this warlock artifact that Shaylin had in her possession. You're guessing probably the same warlock is involved with both of these items.
Okay, so we've gotten rid of two of the warlock's agents.
So there's the issue that the maker of this may have some ability to influence through it or the magic that it does or something. But the other side of it is that it was granting divine magic to the wielder, and that wouldn't really make sense for that to be like, if Fetid decided he was going to dedicate some kind of service to the Raven Queen, then that power would likely come through, which maybe he is. Who knows? I don't know. You don't know what Fetid does in his free time.
Guys, I've decided to become the villain.
I've decided to become into the Raven Queen. Well, the Raven Queen isn't like necessarily, bad. All of these Fey lords are kind of bad, good, bad. I'm the Fey with the gun.
Yeah.
Antlers.
One agenda getting unchecked by the other.
Fey with the voodoo?
Yeah. So the point being that you're not like there is potentially some. If someone stole, for example, your ritual dagger, which is an attuned item to you, or someone, or more likely, someone took it and you sort of like let them have it, but then knowing that you would use it to some, like you would be the one still attuned to it and using the magic in some way. There'd be some things you could do through it, but mainly that person would still just be able to use it as a magic knife that does like extra damage and has various magic powers about it. So it's kind of like that. There is some degree of worry that the warlock who made this thing could use it to do stuff, whether that be to try and like scry on its location. Like certainly an item like that would be a thing you're familiar with. So if you're using like a scrying magic, totally a good anchor for that. And you know of more advanced magics that can be channeled through things in that way. So there's a possibility, but that doesn't seem to be kind of like the primary thing that was going on with Shaylin Tark here. This was something that was a dedicated, like Shaylin was clearly not necessarily worshiping, but serving the Raven Queen and gaining powers from this item in the process.
So
that's your diagnosis here.
Yeah. And so I'll explain all this to the group. The things that I'm going to emphasize are whoever created this, likely a warlock. Not that I would know anything about what that is. They might be able to exert some influence on Fetid through it. They might be able to. It's possible they could try and spy on us through it. Although right now they'll just have a view of the small intestine. And it is important to know that while perhaps you can be manipulated through it, Shaylin was a willing servant, and we need to remember that when we interrogate her, that whatever she says, she signed on for this, and this was the source of a lot of power for her. We should proceed carefully, and maybe, Fetid, we can just do a little check-in every now and then to see how you're feeling, and if you are having any Raven worshipping thoughts, you know.
I sigh sadly, and I pull aside one of the pots I don't use very often. I'm like, when it's time, use this, so we can find it.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna
We're
throw that
buying a
out
new one and
afterwards.
tap.
You'll have to throw that
We're
one out.
buying a new one.
Mm-mm.
Well,
It
it'll
is-
like corrode the enamel right off it.
Yeah, some things you don't get out of cast iron, and cobalt poop is one of them. So you know, cobalt poop and Raven Queen. Those gonna mess your plates up.
Yeah, you just want to throw that right out afterwards.
Now, I could extract it now if we want, but it seems like you liked swallowing it and you want to let things. I don't want to interfere. If you'd like it to just run its course.
It also sounds like stuff.
Honestly, it was more of a funny thing to do in the heat of the moment. I don't feel super attached to it. So if you want to just reach in there and yank it out, that's fine.
All right then. We'll just hold still.
Yep.
I pictured that entire conversation happening without the removal of the arm. Like you said you already put it in. I just was like, you're just like, well, what do you want me to do? I'll just go ahead, boy.
It's like when the dentist asks you a question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes the warlock that's rummaging through the magic items in your stomach asks you a question, and
You just kind of have to work with it.
Yep.
this is a very specialized stand-up comedy routine.
Yeah.
Gen Con 2022. Come watch.
Only do this once.
We have a year to make that cobalt puppet.
Yeah. If it had been 3 hours later, I would have.
Nikki Naki to make one for us.
Oh, hell yeah.
As an aside, I was going to ask the group if we wanted to put in an event submission
For Gen Con?
for next year's Gen Con, because
Hell
we
yeah.
can do so until April.
As long
to,
as it's after hours, we're
potentially-
not at the booth.
Put in a submission for a live show.
Hell yeah.
So if anybody watching is likely to be at Gen Con 2022, we might do a live version of this show.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Bunch of web cartoonists, tired, exhausted, screaming at dice,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
consuming questionable substances before the game.
Yep.
Oh, so yeah, I'm gonna get a medicine roll, from Copernicus.
Hey, I got some stuff in that.
Yeah, and I'm
totally
gonna give you
improvising.
advantage because you're working with a physiology that is very well controlled by its owner, and he is assisting you, so you
Yes.
get advantage on the medicine.
This is all consensual, which makes it a
The
lot
patient
easier.
is gonna aid you through additional mucus production.
23.
Excellent. You manage to not avoid all damage from stomach acid, but you manage to only take 3 points as you extract this object.
Only imagine that his stomach acid is like worse than a vulture's. Like,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
drop
yeah,
a bone in there and it's
definitely.
gone.
I've taken more damage from Fetid's stomach than I have from Shaylin's arrows.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That
I
checks out.
I can see that the poll has ended. Excellent.
And,
That is all I needed to know.
In goofy grandpa fashion, I'm gonna pretend that I'm like pulling up a big fish, like, oh, it's a big one!
Uh-huh.
Ah!
I'm gonna play along too. I'm gonna like start pretending to struggle a lot and flailing my arms.
It reminds me of those times when you were a kid and you had that one uncle who's like, oh, what's behind your ear?
Mm-hmm.
God,
Oh,
that is
lich phylactery. Ooh.
that is begging to be a lar drawing of like, Copernicus elbow deep in bed as he's like doing a little, oh, look at me struggling.
I
Ogun
am
is
going
sitting
to
over
heal
by
my-
Shaylin, like
That's
just
hilarious.
watching this
You
all
went up the
happen
other
with
end.
this
You could do a
like
puppet show.
confused expression.
I'm going to heal my grandfather a little bit.
Excellent, worth doing. Yeah, you can kind of see his like the steaming acid coming on his arm as he pulls it out.
I got max. I guess that's 12.
Nice,
Nice,
12 hit
thank
points.
Oh, and my god for the day is number 10.
Oh, excellent. Good to know. I'm gonna go
Unless
quickly look that up.
unless there's a certain god who's overriding that.
No, it's you get to decide who you're going to. So, just need to get the right folder. No, that is the wrong folder.
Folder of Gads.
Gads.
Got a mission from Gad.
There it is. There is a Pantheon folder with all the different kind of important information regarding gods, and that is where the Tromlin god list is. Oh, wonderful! You've got the monkey god,
Ooh.
Songwoo Kan, the Zaruvian god of adventure, misadventure, insight, and dumb luck. This is effectively the monkey god, and all of his tales are tales of his ridiculous comedic exploits throughout the jungles of the south.
I'm really glad that's not who I rolled before the fucking thing happened.
I mean, you had exploits down south.
Yes, yes, you did.
Correct.
At least it wasn't in the deep south. If I don't even know what that means. Okay. Any other exploits that need to occur before I move on to Pucklezog showing up?
What do we want to do with this for now?
Assuming this is after you rinse the acid off of it and yourself.
Yeah, I'll give it a shake.
I would say we should wrap it in something and
Yeah.
like, close it in a box.
Like, you know about magic stuff, right? So maybe you should hold on to it.
Yes, let me hold on to the object of great power.
I'm sure that's
Um,
totally fine.
I think this is
I
a
squint.
wonderful idea.
I squint at my granddad. Like, you know why I'm a little hesitant on this.
I could guess.
Hand out.
Okay.
I will put it in like a box, wrap it in cloth, so like, and just put my holy symbol in there with it.
One of your holy symbols?
Like, keep
I'll
it
put the one
restrained.
for the god of the day, who I am attached
Okay.
to, like,
For sure.
and close it like there.
Good old Song Woo Kan.
Yep, and put it in my backpack.
Excellent. That is an excellent thing to do with a dangerous artifact, is to put the a trickster god's.
Yeah, I didn't
Only
say I
someone
was
Yep.
smart.
Trust-
I mean,
and
you don't
trust
have any
the
other
trickster gods
options,
to take care of
so...
Yeah, remember,
It's all
we're relying on dumb luck here, not smart luck.
Indeed. Okay, so you feed yourselves and otherwise rest and recuperate after you do these various things. And eventually, out of the mists of the dawn appears the little old servant. Those of you who've encountered him before, Copernicus and Fetid, you recognize him, except it's basically exactly the same guy. He's got his little black, very incongruous out of the woods here, but he's got his little black suit with the little kind of bow tie and the tails. And he's got his balding pate and his white hair. But the big difference is that he has great big ram's horns that curl up out of his head.
I immediately draw my dagger.
No.
Just
that was
kidding.
our-
It's fine. We're joking. We're kidding.
I
This
would
time.
like to apologize for terrorizing you in a moment of particularly heightened grief in a space where you thought yourself safe. In hindsight, it was ill-advised, and by way of apology and in recognition of Fey customs, I would like to give you a gift of a hard candy. I assume all is forgiven now.
Oh, he's an old guy. He's like, oh, hard candy. But he'll also he'll be a little confused. I remember the kobold. I don't recall you.
I was the floating smile of blood.
Oh, an interesting trick.
Thank you. Just a little prank gone wrong.
Oh yeah, and I'm
will
sorry if
offer-
I scared you too. I can be really scary sometimes, but I don't mean to. So if you got really scared, I'm sorry.
I don't recall you. Well, I knew there was a large creature chasing me. Perhaps that was you.
Maybe.
I will
Oh
offer,
my goodness! And he looks over by the fire. You've captured their leader?
Oh
Yes.
yes, yeah, that was us.
However, she might have someone in charge of her.
Hmm.
Well,
Um,
no doubt. Of course.
if this is Pucklezog, I will open the box and remove my holy symbol and show him the amulet of the Raven Queen.
What is this?
It is what was giving her these sort of magic powers. According to my granddad, it might be connected to another warlock. To a warlock?
Mm,
And Pucklezog, what do you know of Shaylin's activities, and if they were in any way connected with Otto's
Oh
or his
no,
death?
no. Perhaps his death. He certainly was targeted by the Raven cult. They have been, well, perhaps I'll start at the beginning. The, there are, I'm sure you're aware, I'm sure your friend, he nods at Tromlin, has told you of the ancient conflicts within the courts of the Fae. And the oldest of these, you must all know of the wars of the seasons, and the two great courts, and the court of life, the spring and the summer. They take precedence in the fall and the winter. The courts of death and night do the same, and those that I serve the courts of light and life. And the Raven Queen kind of looks at the amulet with a bit of a shudder. Very much one of the lords of the night. And so the well, I don't want to give any away anything that anyone would be upset with me for, but so I won't say any names, but there are those who have done good work to oppose the courts of night, and I, as their servant, have done so by, well, maybe steering certain things in certain ways, and young Otto was an important man in his area, and he was used in such a way, not to his detriment, but it is likely that that is why they killed him.
That's
The
like detriment.
but the services that he unwittingly provided to the courts of light were services for which he was very well compensated.
Hmm.
His successes very much are owed to the Horned King and others in roundabout ways. But he and others like him were simply on one side of this conflict. The Raven cults very much are creatures of the Raven Queen, and they are very much on the other side of this conflict. There are several ways in which they have been growing in power, and one of which is attempts like this to assassinate agents of the other courts, their opposing courts, like Otto. I was to protect him, and I failed. But in addition, there is this matter with this young, power-hungry bandit lass here, and the attempts to gain power over the north through the other sorts of conflicts. I don't know much about these barbarians that you told me of. He nods at Tromlin. But I do know her, and she was a local thief who found a way, clearly, through that, or other, or in those who made it, he gestures at the amulet, to gain power. And that power was clearly political. And she was able to have control of this army, or whatever you call it.
Huh.
And what do you know of Edric of Ravenfall and his part in all this?
I've heard of him. He is a rival merchant to young Thriftwick. He'll sort of do like a little like he's not, obviously it's not Christian, but he'll do like a little like symbol every time he says Otto's name, sort of a little gesture of like, oh, God rest his soul, kind of thing. Whatever
The holy
what's the
wraparound
what's the D&D version of that? I don't know. And he'll say, Edric had thwarted many of Otto's business ventures in Ravenfall. I strongly suspected him to be influenced by, at the very least, the Raven cult. Why? What have you heard?
I had a word with your master after his passing. A very brief word, and he suspected Edric of having been responsible for his death.
Oh, of course, that makes sense. He would think that he didn't know he was serving the Fae or working for their interests. So he did not know about the Raven cult. He probably would assume that Edric, his greatest rival, was behind it. And he may be somewhat right, because if as I suspect, Edric is influenced by the Raven cult, then it's the same source. But it was certainly the cultists who killed him. And certainly because he had become too great of a impediment to the courts of light, or the courts of night.
And,
Light night, it sounds similar.
And if you had to guess who the warlock who might have made this amulet, who that might be, who would you guess? Do you know if Edric has magical...
Oh, not Edric himself, for certain. He's a pawn, a merchant who is, I mean, as far as I know, maybe he's a member of the cult, but he wouldn't be important enough to be running things. I do not know who is. I know that the cult has gained in strength recently. I'll just remind you out of character that you had already determined from your previous talks with Dan Galf and your own Arcana roll, which I realized was like months ago now, that the Raven cult in Ravenfall has been there like forever, and they kind of rise and fall in their fortunes. And recently they've become a lot more powerful. And Pucklezog will basically sort of back that up and basically say, well,
Cool.
I don't know who it is, but someone's kind of taking the reins out there. And that's and whoever that is going to be some kind of powerful. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a powerful warlock.
Oh.
Because that's like a great way to get direct power from a powerful, the Raven Queen, right?
You're a magic guy, right?
I mean, I have magic in the blood. It's sort of our blessing and our curse. He sort of nods at Tromlin.
That's so funny. I have blood in the magic.
Well, like, because
You're the one who put the magic in the blood.
You got your blood, my magic. You got your magic in my blood. Reese's
It's
Peanut.
delicious.
Because we got a thing that was like part of this warlock or something. It was like the friend, the familiar. We got it trapped, and I don't know if there's a way to figure out who it belongs to.
I'm not that. I'm not that versed in that type of magic, but
Oh, okay.
you
So we got to go talk to Dan then. Like nudge Trump.
keep a hold of it. I am a servant of the Fae. I am not a powerful wizard or warlock or sorcerer or anything like that. My job is mainly to help where I can when I receive, not orders, but I come out into the woods and can commune with these circles and with the Lords of Light. The Horned Lord is my patron. The Horned King.
Awesome.
Do you know how we'd get the bandits to like go home and leave us alone? All the barbarians from the north?
Well, it is. I don't know what their goals are, but clearly they are being manipulated by the Night Court in the same way that Otto and merchants that I interact with are manipulated. I don't like to use that word, but by the courts of light. And it is likely, if for what you've told me, this magic artifact, it's likely that this young lady is the one who was doing the manipulation.
Even she was manipulated.
If there was a way to discredit her in their eyes, or to, I mean, if you're saying that she could be turned, convinced that it was wrong, perhaps she could assist you in turning them away from their path.
I look at Tromblin like, you're definitely the person who can do this. So I'm like, yeah, it's all you, man. Just like
I'm
just
pretty sure
smiling
she
at
wants
you.
to carve my skin off my body at this point. It's fair.
It is likely that if they have been put on a path of war or something like that, it might be more. I mean, there is a type of rock that you can roll down a hill and see the tree it will hit, and there is a type of rock that you can start rolling down a hill and the entire hillside moves, and you have no choice in the matter once the rocks begin to slide.
Well, they
try and
definitely
nudge the
knew-
rock toward Ravenfall. Convince them they've been betrayed.
They definitely knew how to get to her because she's bitter, she's hurt, she felt powerless in her life.
From what I know of her, she was very power hungry. It does not surprise me to learn that she had taken up with the likes of the Raven cult or the Fey Lords of Night.
Out of character. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Out of character, do we know if any of the ragtag surviving bandit group from the other side are any of them from like the northern tribes who would like be able to talk to us about like what it's like what the mindset is and how they would respect power and that kind of thing?
I mean, yeah, you could for sure. Like, so nothing that you know specifically, but like these northern tribes that you've learned about, they're from, nearby, right? So people who've lived in this area for a long time would probably have a decent knowledge of,
what they're like.
And in fact, it seems to me that you already talked a bit to Shagrat's people about, these northern barbarians, and they were sort of like, oh yeah, there's always been tribes up there, but they were always kind of, each group had their own leaders, and they didn't trust each other, and they like made war on each other all the time. And them all banding together is new.
I mean, having removed their leader, then they might like whatever happened. I'm really curious to see how they handle the power vacuum because it being held together is probably pretty.
Oh,
We might be able to get more info on that too from Shaylin.
I would like some investigation rolls.
Ooh.
Because you definitely have some information that could be put together here. I think in particular, I want to see this from Copernicus for sure. I think Fetid was kind of too out of it to have noticed, and Tromlin kind of came in late.
Yeah.
So
I rolled a
Ugna
9,
was
which is
there. Yeah, Ugna's
Yeah,
not
which is
likely,
8.
but definitely Copernicus could put this together, and
Yeah.
Glorpa, but Glorpa's not here.
Okay. I got a bad roll, and I'm thinking about the inspiration on this.
Well, I will say this is a pretty big payoff
All
if
right.
you get this one.
Probably worth it.
I'm spending my paycheck as I get it.
Yep. Well, we're 40% of the way to another one. Who
Hey!
knows?
Hey,
Natural 19 plus 7 is
Excellent.
26.
nice.
Oh, good. Okay, so
Plot dump.
you realize this isn't so much a plot dump as just sort of putting together things that you just experienced. The guy who was questioning the turtle
Mm-hmm.
was very tough. And in fact, he seemed to be somewhat important. And there were points where he said something about like he was ordering people around and telling them to go get Shaylin and stuff. You realize, and I think I actually told you he had 3 or someone that he had
Yeah.
3 blood droplets.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was you
And
or
a
Glorpa.
second knife.
Mhm.
He had like 2 knives on
Yeah,
his chest.
that's right, and a smaller knife below the first one. And you think that he's probably the actual chieftain, the leader of these tribes that have come together. And then Shayla, from the sound of this, if this is the normal MO for these Fey types, you got like, I am the fairy servant with magic, and I'm going to manipulate people in the same way that Pucklezog is manipulating, Otto and some merchants to like get things moved in a certain way for the one side of the Fey courts. That's what Shaylin's been doing,
Right. She's been
and
whispering in this guy's
that's
ear.
the guy that Shaylin's ear was. That's the ear that Shaylin was whispering into. That's the guy who's sort of like. So you've met the chieftain of the Night Slayers.
I put him in a headlock.
That Shaylin has been manipulating on the instructions of her warlock artifact and familiar.
Okay.
My brain keeps wanting me to say fetish. Her warlock fetish.
We're not playing werewolf.
Well, I know a
Very
little
different.
something about having a warlock fetish.
God damn it.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, she has a warlock fetish, does she? Well then.
Well then.
Mhm.
Tighten my suspenders.
I'm out. Tap. Mm-mm.
So given this information, it seems like what Pucklezog is saying is like you've got some options. It's clear that the Night Slayers have been acting on knowledge that and stuff that they've been getting from Shaylin. Now you also know that the Night Slayers were able to gain some magic from their association with Shaylin.
Yeah.
And how that works, you don't know.
And it would seem that they may not even know that they were serving the Raven Queen. So they may not know that the Raven Queen is not an enemy.
No.
And in fact,
And you also know from your questioning of them that their perspective of this is that they found us a power source to that they are like chosens of the gods and that they're going to come and kick all of the southerners out of the north.
Right.
Their goal is conquest.
And
Um,
go ahead.
Would it be possible to cause derision between them? Like, look, your chieftain couldn't even keep this tiny, scraggly woman from being yanked away from all of you. Is he really that good of a leader?
Mhm.
And if I remember,
Yep.
the guy that we captured back at the waterfall was like kind of uncomfortable with the new magic.
Yeah,
Or,
and
like-
we like let him
Yep.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So they're not all on board with the magic, it would seem.
Nope.
And-
why don't you make me an Arcana test? Because now that you're getting a bunch of this information, this is kind of your wheelhouse. Because like this is warlock magic.
Not that you would know anything about that.
20, yeah. This is simply
Dirty,
I read it
dirty
book once.
20 or a natural 20?
Dirty 20.
Okay,
So
still.
10.
That's still pretty good. Well, yeah, I mean, this is your wheelhouse, right? So, yeah, for a dirty 20, yeah, you realize, okay, what's probably happening here is that Shaylin as the font of the warlock cult magic. Like, this is the kind of magic that you get when you get a bunch of warlocks, right, working together on rituals and stuff. And you've already done an identify on the pendant. Like, through this artifact and her connection with the warlock circle or cult or whatever who's doing all this stuff, Shaylin has been giving powers to the shaman or whatever they call themselves. I think, was that what they called themselves?
I think they
I can't
said-
remember if he called it, but anyway, the magicians of this tribe. And you could, with that Arcana roll, you can sort of, okay, I know how you would do that, right? Some of the ways in which warlock power could be done that way. So sort of like in the form of promises. This is pact magic, right? So if you sort of go, hey, swear these things, and you will be able to do X.
Right.
And the person who has been the font of that has been Shaylin through this item that you have stolen via kobold guts. So yeah, you kind of are now holding the strings.
Yeah. So new pitch. How effectively do you think you could impersonate Shaylin, Tromlin?
Need to learn about her, I think.
Well, I
But I can
wonder
always
if
act.
we can just send the whole war back at Ravenfall. Like, you go back that new direction. It turns out we were betrayed. To truly prove our strength, we must strike down those who thought they were holding our strings. And then just send them on the warpath, and we just job done.
With a shot, I think also will be a distraction for a bit.
Innocents will die in this war, but not the innocents that we're responsible for. So.
Okay, now you're losing Tromlin. It's just like,
Well, it seems like
Yes,
a war is coming. Like, that's gonna happen. May as well send it at the people who monged that war.
I mean, yeah, we're kind of in a place where someone's dying no matter what, aren't we?
Will say that I'll remind you that it is unusual for these tribes to unify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you already
They
know
may
that
splinter
from
and go back to
history
their own
rolls
tribes.
before. Well, and it
And own groups.
depending on how encouraged they are to splinter, for example.
I do still want to question Shaylin when she wakes. Although, like, the first thing she does when she wakes up is I'm casting silence on her. 'Cause
Nice.
Give her a
it's
pencil.
her whole person so she can't speak.
You got a zone of
And
truth
then-
in there too, somewhere?
I can
Mhm.
I can do
Well,
it.
zone of truth is useless if she can't talk.
It's true.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
do
you
it.
can still write. You could give her a piece of, like, you could give her something to write on
Or get
to
20
answer
questions
questions.
do yes and no.
Yep.
It's not a
Mhm.
bad tactic for questioning a mage, so that you can't cast any of your spells, but you can still answer my questions.
I would prefer to find a way for this to end where she does not get turned over to Shadrach. I think he'll kill her.
Well, when she's still got to get, like, not evil and then go and chat with Rosie, right?
I would actually like to reunite them. I feel bad about it.
Yeah, so maybe if we could maybe make her less evil or something?
Well, okay. It sounds like the world around her kind of pushed her to evil and she felt helpless.
Do we know that?
She poured her heart out to me when she thought I was Rosie.
Oh.
Yeah. She admitted to me, like, that, about how they all had the power and we had nothing. And on about how angry she was at what they did to us.
Well, I mean, I know what it's like to be, like, down on your luck and nobody looking out for
God.
you. So if you can have somebody looking out for you, it's a lot better.
Yeah, and moreover, in a situation where she doesn't feel powerless, so maybe she's not prone to this. Like, for all we know, her whole life she's been stepped on. You get pushed around enough. It's honestly amazing. Ugna and I never went down this path, especially Ugna, who could have destroyed half the town.
Oh, that'd be bad, though. I don't like seeing people get hurt.
I know, but, like, what if things had gone differently? Like, okay, what if when we were children you had seen someone get away with killing me? What path would
That'd
you
be
think
not
you'd
so
gone down?
good.
Yeah. You don't know what she endured, and I feel bad for her. Maybe I'm being foolish. I don't know. But
Look, if being smart means that you gotta be mean to people and not give them second chances, then I don't want to be smart.
it doesn't mean that, though. So, but sometimes being pushed around a lot makes it hard to want to give chances. Especially when no one gave you the first chance.
We can see what she has to say when she wakes
Okay.
up.
And Uncle Zog, I made breakfast for you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Much
Okay.
appreciated.
Hand him some.
Can I then be assured that it is your intention to attempt to break the power of these
Yes.
barbarians?
At least to separate them, if not break them completely. Like break
You
up at
do
least.
intend to bargain with this young lady. I strongly recommend that you absolutely do not return any item of power to her.
Oh hell no! No. She has lost that.
Very good. At which point he will sort of like, kind of like gesture to the woods.
Mhm.
And you realize at that point that there is like almost like a wall of denser trees than you remember ringing this glade. And, like hulking mushroomoid and plant-like things in the shadows that sort of ease back away.
So we're not about to be murdered. Is what's
No, that's
going
good.
on.
That's
Yep.
good.
Well,
The
you
fairy goon
strongly
squad
suspect
isn't coming.
you strongly suspect the murder target was like heavily her, not so much you guys
But yeah.
or that
Hmm.
thing. So you can bring around Shaylin whenever you want. I've just been sort of leaving it.
Give her a little smack, wake her up.
No, let's not do that. Let's not be. She's had a rough enough night.
You can. It's like a sleep spell at this point. You can like
That's
just shake
true.
her awake.
I first off bound her, cast silence on
Yep.
her.
I'm gonna disable my message or my whatever that alarm spell that I did was.
Yep.
Message, yeah.
Just
So it
drop
doesn't
that.
Suddenly,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess you should
Like,
tell Dan.
Bind her wrists. You've disarmed her. You cast silence.
We should probably get hold of Dangolf too. Let him know where we're at.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I mean, if
and
you want
see
to get
where
hold of
we wanna
Dangal
meet him.
first, you can.
I
let's
want
go
to
ahead
wait.
and get-
I want to wait for him to do the sending, unless one of us is sending.
I thought I think I said, didn't I say that he could like you could have his name or something, or he gave you some kind of like magic thing to just send him a call?
Yeah,
I think he
like
gave you
pager.
he
Yeah,
gave
he
you a
had like a
stone.
Cone.
He
Yeah,
gave you a
we-
stone.
he-
Yeah.
And we could
Okay.
call
We
his
have his
name.
You can
pager
sort of
number.
like trigger it. It's like a pager, and he'll know to
Mhm.
cast
Okay.
ascending.
Okay. I'll activate that.
Okay.
See when he checks in.
And like moments later, you'll get ascending.
Okay.
It rambles on for exactly the right number of words, but it basically just says, yes, what is it? But it's like, it's like, you have reached Dangalf the Dun, Wizard of the Tower, and you may tell me now what it is that you wish to. Yeah. Exactly 20 words.
Okay, and then I'll leave an awkward pause at the beginning because I'm not sure if it's the end of his message. And I'll be like, hello? Oh, okay. This is your
Hello.
friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. This is your friend Copernicus. Just letting you know we caught Shaylin and the familiar soul. How are you, friend?
Did you want to like ask him to come to you or anything like that, or is that what are you trying to
Just ask
do
where
here?
he
What's your
is?
goal?
Yeah.
Well, you know where he is. He said he
Yeah.
would be staying at the inn in
Oh, right.
Stormhill.
I'll
Stormhill.
tap the request ascending again.
I'm just gonna go on like old school third ed and previous rules because it's
He
morning. He's like
knows.
in the process of like getting his spells for the day, so he just like keeps reading them out of the book. It's fine. He does another message.
uh, Postscript. We are at the clearing due northwest of Stormill, wherever we are. And where are you, and would you like to meet? We plan to interrogate Shaylin very soon.
He would have said even with that sending that he wants to meet you immediately and deal with that soul cage before anything potentially happens to the.
Yes, then make haste to the clearing. We shall wait here for you. Your friend Copernicus.
You can like send up some sort of signal if you can give him a general idea, but you can like, you know, throw up like fairy lights or something or various. You actually can do thaumaturgy type cantripping, so you can like
I'm still a little
have
bit
like an
nervous
unholy
about
light.
advertising our location with probably people
Mhm.
hunting for Shaylin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
We can,
yeah.
I just saying we can hand wave
Yeah.
getting. I don't want to like.
Yeah.
I don't want to take like 20 minutes to figure out a convoluted plan just so you can figure out how to meet someone.
He shows up.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
you have definitely the ability to like, or actually better yet, you just you send give him the sending to say we're at a clearing in the woods near some hills, and just totally useless. And then he just like there's a poof and he's there because he's got this. You've got the stone he gave you, and you can just hone in
Alright.
on it.
Yes. Beauty.
I will offer him some breakfast as well.
Uh, thank you very much. It is I, Dan Golf, and
Oh, it's
Dan
Dan-
Golf
Dan
means
Golf,
me.
I wouldn't have known unless he told us. It's so helpful.
Thank God. I was about to shoot an arrow at this guy.
And he will immediately. What have you done with the spirit, with the cage?
I think I have that.
I think you do,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is the Pokeball.
Excellent work, my young friend. And he'll take the soul cage. Yes, we should be able to very much interfere with the maker of this creature.
We also have Tromlin. Would you like to show the other item we recovered?
I will open the box again and present him with the amulet.
Shaylin was wearing this, and it seems to be the source of many of her warlock powers.
Oh,
We also have
yes.
her weaponry as well.
Very good. He doesn't seem particularly interested in the weapons. He's like, this is excellent work. We can definitely find out more about the warlock who made these things and is causing these troubles. By the way, as soon as Daniel shows up, Pucklesaw kind of fades into the trees and vanishes.
Fair enough. You guys are good. Well, we're going to start questioning Shaylin if you would like to stick around.
I wouldn't very much like to hear what is said.
Well, she won't be saying much as we had a silencer to prevent her from Misty stepping away.
Wise.
It was that or blinding her, so
That seems excessive.
a blind spell. I mean,
Oh, yes. Less excessive.
So I will bring over like a plate of eggs. And,
Oh, yeah.
And like a biscuit and kind of wave it under her nose.
He'll go like sit. Dangolf will go sit like on a rock a little ways away and like take the plate of food you gave him and just kind of like messily eat it. It's that whole like imagine wizard equal several 100-year-old bachelor, and it's just like just in the beard,
his
don't
beard.
care, leave it for later.
Oh, once
whatever.
my breakfast is not Triscuits.
Yeah, just like big streak of, how like Radagast with the bird shit down his face in the Hobbit movie, except it's egg yolk.
Great.
Good. I will arrange
wait.
myself behind Tromlin like I'm the bad cop. I know my role in this.
I will wave the plate of food
Our
under her
amazing.
nose.
I'm going to sit next to her because it's close to where the food is going to be sitting.
That's true.
Seems like a good idea.
I will remind our friend Quaggle that this is her breakfast. She still has to eat, prisoner or not. There's more. I point to the pot. There's more there for you.
So she comes around, sort of like a little bleary, eyes widen a bit as she sort of recognizes the faces around her. And you read the lips as she immediately speaks the word to Misty Step. But of course, silence doesn't work. Nothing happens.
I mouth back. Eat your breakfast. I give her some water as well. Actually,
She looks down at her bound hands and is like scowls at you. Obviously you've left it so she can like take the food and still eat it with both hands.
Yeah. I give her like a stein of beer because that's probably cleaner than most water.
She won't take the food or drink. Clearly doing the whole like, yeah, you're just trying to poison me or something.
I will take a bite from it and I'll take a drink from it.
Bit of bravado. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very surly teenager vibes. She still refuses to eat, even when you like take the food and eat it and try and.
Very well. I will move out of the sphere of silence, I guess, because it's an area effect, isn't it?
You can place it so that you can not be in it.
Okay, I'll place it where it's a little.
I think you cast it on something or someone, and then it's in a sphere there. So you can just place it so that she's centered in it, and then just stand
around her
a few feet away. Yeah.
I pull out paper and ink, and I put it in front of her, and ask her point blank, "Why did you do all this? What made you feel so powerless?" I don't think anyone's ever asked her like what happened to her. So
she, she'll start off like writing something along the lines of, I don't answer to you.
You don't have to, but it greatly determines how this ends for you. Either we can end up helping you start a new life away from this. You don't have to hurt others, and you can maybe even feel like you have some degree of control of your life. You could be turned over to someone who is absolutely going to put you an end. And obviously, there's at least one person in this world you want to find. I'm sorry I used that against you.
Based on the structure of this group, first of all, I think I want an intimidation test from Ugna, just a baseline how generally threatening things are. The little old creepy man without like specific displays, and the little like disgusting Quaggle, and the doddering old guy in the robe in the background.
How's
even the like handsome little.
How's a dirty 20 feel?
That feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And then secondly, I want some persuasion from Chomlin. Like you're proposing to sort of undo the course of her life from the last few years.
Yeah.
Which isn't impossible. I am a firm believer. So yeah, make me a persuasion roll. I just want to know where the numbers are.
Does charm speech give me advantage?
Hang on a second. So charmed speech, speaking with her for a while, is going to cause a persuasion versus insight roll. So roll that one separately. If you win it, I'll give you advantage on the other persuasion roll.
Okay.
So her insight ain't great here.
That's good.
5, 11.
Oh shit! I got 24.
Okay, yeah, a little better than my 11. So yes, you have advantage on that persuasion roll. I am a firm believer for the audience that in not using alignments. I've always hated alignments in Dungeons and Dragons since like I started playing Dungeons and Dragons in the 80s, and in particular, I think that this kind of role playing and situation can change someone's
Mm-hmm.
mindset. I wouldn't be just like, oh no, she's chaotic neutral, so you fail.
I'm really glad I had advantage because without adjustments, I rolled an 18 and a
Nice.
1.
That's
Don't forget.
Ooh.
yeah. The
So,
28 is a little bit better than the 11.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me be the first person to ask you what happened to you.
So first things first. After speaking with her for a bit and talking about her situation and sort of telling her what you know about, like making it clear that you know more than she would think you know.
Yeah.
That's more than a minute of speech. The
Yeah.
the musical language coming out of Tromlin's mouth is supernaturally effective. And so she is effectively charmed as per the spell, as long as you're talking to her. Then on top of that, you've made this persuasion roll of 28. So in the interest of time, rather than doing a very long, very just two of us conversation scene, you quickly figure out that she's pretty bitter about like life in general, and she is quite enamored of the power. She was very, very keen on the idea of basically taking over from Shagrat and being like, no, the I'm the head bandit person out here because I have this on my side. But in terms of, and then the Night Slayers are going to go to war and like wipe out the towns and rule. She didn't really have a plan for that.
Mm.
It was just kind of like, yeah, look at my power. Like it didn't really go beyond, I want that. Shagrat is like the head bandit, and it's like being sort of the main Thieves Guild guy in this area. I'm smarter, and I should be that, and I can have power. But having gotten that power, and having gotten like an army behind her that is now like the Avalanche, very much with the analogy that you just got from Puckelzog. She didn't really have a plan for where that went from here, other than she gets to still be on top. And as you start to kind of turn your persuasion towards, you know, this is the people that would be hurt by what you're going to do now, and this is where this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of tactic has some potential.
My thing is trying to explain to her, you do realize you are doing the same thing that others did to you, people who would have never hurt you. Like, so you're creating a cycle.
You're like full on going into, I don't want to make another roll from you, but like this would be like an insight thing where you're going into like the psychology of her past and sort of
I'm
being
trying to
like,
get into like not necessarily like full morality, but like
what do you think about your dad?
Like therapist Tromlin.
Yeah.
how can you justify doing the same thing when you know how much it hurts?
And
And-
not
and
only not only you're doing that, but you're not actually in control when you do it. You're hurting the people that your lords and masters point you to hurt.
And eventually,
That's not power.
what happens when they decide to take the power away? What happens when you're not as useful, or they've gotten all the use out of you? What makes you think they don't see how much you desire this power, and knowing that you're addicted to it, more or less, and therefore they can get you to do anything they please, just like every other person who hurt you before.
These lines of attack are definitely putting some cracks in the contrary teenager facade here of like, well, I don't care about them. Very clearly making inroads. You
What about
are
Rosie?
starting. Sorry.
What about Rosie? What if one of these raids one day ends up making her a victim? Will you care then?
She
How would you?
left.
Why did she leave?
No one else cares.
I care. I'm asking you. Look, if we didn't care,
We have
you
dropped
would
2
be.
nets on you.
That's true.
It's true.
Got you with sticky ropes and
Look, if we didn't care, you would have been turned over to Shagrak, or you'd be in chains in the dungeon. Look, I point to Ugna. She and I have spent our lives on the streets with no one caring about us. I'm not going to pretend I understand what happened to you. I don't. But I do know what it's like to be forgotten. I do know what it's like to be powerless.
what I want to know now.
Mhm.
Like I was doing like the surly voice, but obviously
Yeah.
it's like writing slash
Mhm.
your body language and like refusing to write or writing when you get through somewhere. What I want to know now is what's the alternative? What are you going to offer her? Like, are you going like if what you're saying here is like you should stop doing the bad thing and then we're just going to let you go? I mean, I'm
No.
guessing that's not where you're going with this. Because like obviously, if she isn't going to go back to being, the Raven Queen's hand and glorious
Well,
purpose.
here's a good question. Why did Rosie leave? This is not Ugna.
I
This is
asked.
Alina. And you did?
I didn't ask that. She never told me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get the impression that like I think I'm trying to remember, but I
Because if it was
vaguely
her
think that
arrogance
this
and her
came out
need
last.
for power that drove Rosie away, then that's something she could try to turn around.
I thought it
No,
was just she needed to take care of her mom, and it wasn't.
yeah,
like a,
last
Yeah.
game it was family obligations, as I recall.
Gotcha.
Because we had this.
Um,
this came out with Randy's.
But if that was like
talking
something
to her
they
last
fought
time.
about, and part of the reason why Rosie chose to leave.
What happened? I'll say what happened with Rosie's mom? What was wrong with her?
Yeah, she'll write. Like again, I keep like forgetting that I'm not role playing her speech because she can't talk. But yeah, the summary is basically that Rosie's mom was in like basically a poverty situation. It's not like was attacked by orcs or was like sick and dying, but basically Rosie went to take care of her parents. Her mom, or sorry, no, her father died and Rosie went to take care of her mom. So basically, it's like support.
Look, we can give you options here. We can't let you just return to the Raven Queen cult because she is going to hurt people, including you, including Rosie, including anyone who's actually you might have cared about. It's too dangerous for everyone to let you go back. I can speak to my higher ups in the guild, explain how you were manipulated, try to get you some type of apprenticeship. She's young, right? She's a younger kid.
Yeah, she's like probably early 20s.
Get you
That's
training.
That's an appropriate angle, I think, because her whole thing was she didn't want to be, under Shagrat, and she wanted and she obviously is very, very skilled.
I can get you to a larger city. I can get you new life. We can talk to Rosie. I can see if we can at least help her mother somewhat, get her mother more stable, so you two have a chance to start life together. Or hell, bring her with you all. Give you a new option. You don't have to do this. Preferably something that does not get innocent people killed.
Okay, you are really good at this. I was going to call for another roll, but honestly, you're I don't know that there's a point.
Sorry.
No, but it's very. You're hitting the right points here for this to be compelling. So basically,
Empathy.
you're using empathy, and it's appropriate. But also, this is like a backwater town kid who has become like way too skilled and excellent for being like nobody bandit, and she's tried to become the leader through finding, dark magic, offering to basically take her to like the big time in Karsh and like get her in connections with like higher ups in the guild or something along those lines, is definitely an angle that I can see working.
But for this to
I-
work, what do you think will happen, Shaylin, if you leave your place in the power structure with the tribes? Who will they lash out at?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of how Shaylin would put it in writing, but again, I'll just summarize. Likely it would be that they, like, they're already on a course, so their plans are to destroy. Actually, no, I do know what I'll give you. Shaylin would actually say that I'll let you know that she's the main reason they haven't already attacked Stormhill.
Right.
Because she's been trying to like direct them to wipe out the other bandits so she can basically like become the bandit queen. But their whole thing, which from interrogating them, is that they are going to, their glorious purpose, they're going to, push all of the Southerners out of the North and rule supreme. So if she's not there, basically they're going to stop trying to fight Shagrat's people and just turn on the town.
Stormhill.
Oh, good. So we accelerated the war.
Good, good. We're very good at this.
Great.
Amazing.
But now I think that you're kind of getting Shaylin around. She would inform you again. So she starts scribbling furiously, trying to explain stuff. You kind of get you start to feel, Randy, like it would be easier if the silent spell wasn't happening.
Shaylin, I'm gonna drop the silence spell. I'm trusting you not to escape, okay? I look to Ugna and basically motion for everyone to back off from her.
Back of your mind, you're like, Misty Step's only 30 feet.
Yep.
So.
But
Yep.
even then, that's a head start, and
Yep.
it's woods.
Yep. It's a lot less than the range of an arrow, though.
Yep.
I don't want her shot. Like,
No.
I really don't want her killed.
But yeah, you drop the
that's what you
silent
heard.
spell, and she'll say, it's. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the name because I wrote it down and I don't know, and I've too damn many files, and I might just have to make up a new one. I'm just making one. It's Jarak.
Chirac?
Jarak is the one who's been pulling them together because of the power I gave him. He's the one he's the main shaman, the main war leader. He's the one who'll want to move on Stormhill.
Mm-hmm. So we have to let Stormhill know, first off, they're in danger.
At this point, Dangalf is going to pipe up and say, we can ensure that Stormhill is well defended, but also, now that I have these, and he sort of like gestures at his robe, not bringing them out, but where he stowed away the amulet and the soul cage, I will be able to divert this power. These, if we are correct, and he sort of gestures to you, Copernicus, this warlock has been granting power through this young lady to these barbarian shamans, and now I have the means to stop and disrupt that. If you will assist me with a ritual, we can break those chains that they would need to be reforged.
I don't know anything about rituals other than tea rituals, because I'm a perfectly normal man, but I could help pour tea, yes. Sounds
Perfectly normal warlock. Yes, that's what I need.
a man. Understood.
And Golf, please just go with it. Please just go with it.
How great are the Night Stalkers' numbers? How strong are they without magic? I'll ask Jalen.
Shaylin will say, I mean, a lot more powerful than Shagrat's bandits, but you know, not like the king's armies.
Okay.
But that's not the thing. If the power that Jerax has goes away, that's not gonna sit well with his, like, that's how he's running everything.
Oh, he's the appointed one, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is probably the rock on which the rising wave will break. Then, if we can ensure a sound defeat and like proof that he's not all that chosen after all.
Yeah.
Which would break ranks because he has proven he is not who he promised.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Shaylin. Okay, I have a couple more very important questions. Where is Rosie at now? Do you know?
I mean, I know where her family was. Probably still there.
Do you want us to go with you to help talk to her? Smooth things over?
It kind of gets one of those, like, so you know how, like, especially among 20-somethings, you'll get that, like, petulant teenager. Oh, I have to do a thing. Adult now, I guess. Right? So it's petulant teenager, reluctant adult. And then usually straight back to petulant teenager, usually through binge drinking. So she gets that look on the face of, like, I guess I have to be a grown-up now.
Where
Thing.
would you
And she says, no, I want you to give me your word. I want you to do what you've offered. Take me to people who will recognize my worth, and I will impress them and make a name for myself. And when I'm successful in that life, then I'll go. When I can help, then I'll go to Rosie.
Now, you do understand you will not immediately start off. You'll be an apprentice. You will not be apprenticed to some backwoods bandits. But you'll be in the city. And you will, you'll be expected to show your work, but once you do, like, it will be different. But you have to work your way up.
I'll impress them. You
I
get
know
me
you
the
will.
chance, and I can do it.
I believe it. All right. What is our hometown again? I forgot.
Mud Hollow.
Mud Hollow.
Like,
But you
how do
would think you have connections in Karsh as well, because that's where you kind of go in your alternate guise to do a lot of your stuff.
How do you feel about Karsh?
The big city, that's perfect.
I have friends there. Some owe favors. Some I can owe favors to.
Now I have to rewrite Shaylin Tark to be a potential.
Ally.
Yeah.
Just
Excellent.
fucking your game of every way possible today.
No, it
Excellent.
isn't.
Yep.
I definitely fully expected a murder-in to happen in the last few games.
Not therapy.
Nope.
We chose
Whatever
the therapy
works.
route.
We did inflict some trauma first.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there was murder-in. It was
Oh,
just
yeah.
not the murder-in I expected.
I did
No.
do some psychic damage to her.
Yep.
I do feel.
We all went dad mode tonight.
Yup.
So while this is going on, Dangolf is going to walk a little ways away, and you realize, Copernicus, that he's doing ascending.
Mhm.
And he's not like trying to hide it or anything, but you can hear the words he's saying, and he's basically instructing
Prepare for battle.
he's instructing some important person in terms of policing or whatever, that the barbarians of the north are, aligning under a specific banner, are likely to attack Stormhill in the near future. Here, recommend greater defenses on the walls to the north, yada yada. Basically, warning to expect this. And then from there, he's ready to do this ritual.
Okay. And also, before we do that, if Shailen's willing to give us any like particular details about the attack plan, that would be helpful for anticipating maneuvers, people tunneling in.
Or what
Sure,
might be
to
like
keep it-
a symbol of the Raven Queen's disfavor on this Jarak guy.
Mm-hmm.
She'll she'll basically, I mean, she at this point, she'll share whatever she knows about their military disposition, and Dangalf will pass all of that on to the guard at Stormhill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in the interest of time, because I wouldn't mind getting, we're basically about to get to the end of this adventure, so.
Can we also
you and
report Tromlin dead?
What's that?
Can we report Tromlin dead to Stormhill? So, like, in all of this information that we're giving, he died in the attempt to capture Shailen.
Died on his way back to his home planet.
All right,
I'm
The
gonna
question
ask-
is, the
I'm asking-
question is, what do you want to tell Dangalf about the situation?
Lord Boltree has it out for my grand nugget here. Wants him dead, has eyes searching for him.
New one. I'm sticking with
And-
that one.
Given how much we've done to protect the interests of the city, I would ask that you report that he died in the raid attempt, so that perhaps Lord Boltree will let us leave the city in peace when we go to bring Shailen to her new life.
Hey, well, I'm afraid I have heard nothing of you or your friends from the Lord Boltree, other than when I was informed that I would need to speak with some local investigators who are looking into the death of the merchants. Would it not be suspicious if I brought up this name and said to the Lord Boltree, this individual you didn't tell me about is dead?
Please
That is a very-
report that the investigators suffered losses, and if he follows up, specify that it was the satyr.
Very well. I will do this.
I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Granddad. Thank you, Dangolf.
And he, so basically the ritual, he's going to get your help with it because you have warlock magic. He wants to unmake this artifact.
Ooh.
Because it's basically been used as a conduit to grant these magic powers. And if it's been unmade, then there's a break in the chain between the source of the power and these individuals. Between the two of you, and I'm not going to make you do a bunch of like rolls, but just like on sort of a religion knowledge as well as arcana, this isn't like a cure-all, because any of these shamans that have like turned to like worship could theoretically, gain power normal divine magic ways by sort of being clerics. But you would know between the religion knowledge of multiple people in the party here and Dangalf, that's like a ground up situation. That's like, a bunch of these guys going, I have a magic power that I was granted, going, oh, I don't have that anymore. I guess I'm going to start leveling as a cleric, right? Or a warlock, with the Raven Queen as my patron. That's kind of that's not an immediate threat.
Wait,
till I'm important.
That's like taking someone's like castle away and then being like, well, now I know what a castle looks like. I'm going to start building one from scratch. You'll see. Yeah, okay.
Good luck,
you
bud.
get started on that. I'll worry about that when you get to like maybe 3 courses of rocks and can hide behind them. So yeah, between you having your abilities as a warlock to draw on, he'll do like a effectively dispel magic as a ritual. And between the two of you, you can unmake this magic item entirely.
We did it.
Hooray!
Yeah, he's going to want to keep the familiar because, as he says, he wants to use this as a connection to that warlock. As long as he's got that warlock's familiar soul trapped, the warlock shouldn't be able to make another familiar, and he can like use it as a connection to try and like scry on him or locate him or something. But that's a longer term plan.
Yeah. Try and
Fuck
get
with
familiar.
him.
That's a
Fuck him
plot for
up.
another chapter.
Yep. And Dangelf will invite you if you want to check in with him, particularly Copernicus, who he seems to see very much as like a colleague. But he will ask if you are ever in Mud Hollow to check in with him at the mage school there, the tower where he lives. Yeah, so from there, I don't know if you want to like throw on any additional flavor, like saying, if you want to attempt to like, you have like the resources to assassinate Jarek if you wanted to. At this point, he just lost all of his extra magic tricks, and
think that's
Ugna had him
important.
fought to a standstill once already.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I
you have
definitely
a
wanna
friend
do
with an
that.
airship.
Yeah.
Napalm the shit out of him.
Well, I mean, I was
Yeah.
asking earlier, like, when we were talking to Shaylin, is there some sigil or sign that we could throw up that would be like, ultimate dishonor from the Raven Queen on this guy? He's
Not really,
lost her
mainly
favor.
because remember, Shaylin was their connection to the
Right,
Raven Queen. So like, they don't know anything about worshiping the Raven Queen.
Right.
They were just know, like Shaylin wasn't about to share, hey, here's how you can get power that doesn't depend on me.
I was
But
hoping
is
we'd get
there
them
a
to fight
big-
each other and then leave.
Is there a
Yeah.
big barbarian like taboo where like if like I don't know, he like if the gods show disfavor by like I don't know a random birthmark appearing on his face or something, we just like draw a dick on his face with a sharpie while he's sleeping.
Not
Anything like
really, not really, but I would say probably like the easiest like thing in your arsenal is you could literally just summon a demon and send it after him.
Oh yeah, actually we could drop a demon out of the airship.
Directly onto his head.
Yeah.
Fly over and summon Agrajag again.
Oh, or the fire starter demon in the middle of camp.
Yeah. There's the one chance that you haven't had to send some general mayhem.
Yeah, the
Yep.
one that does area fire damage just by being there. That is
Yeah,
perfect.
that's a good
In the
pick.
middle of a canvas-filled tented area where they're trapped in by their own fencing.
Okay,
And especially if you when you summon him, you specifically give him the instruction of kill that guy.
Yeah.
Well, no, you would want to be specific, and then if he breaks free,
Oh,
you're not as worried about it because he's in an enemy camp when he
Yeah.
breaks free
Yeah.
for the
my
X rounds that he gets
Also,
to
again,
do stuff.
I just want to see Trogdor burninate the countryside here. Burninate all the bandits. Burninate all the people in their canvas tent cottages.
My only concern is that one elderly goblin prisoner.
Oh yeah, we didn't let him go, did we?
All right.
He's still
You
there.
didn't, but you blew the prison tent apart.
So he's probably dead anyway, so go for it.
So.
He's
Oh,
either
wait a
dead or
second. No,
escaped.
no. That wasn't. I may be misremembering.
Oh, that was
but
Shagrat.
Oh, that was Shagrat.
that was a
yeah.
prisoner at Shagrat's.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
There was no other prisoners at.
Mantan was the only one in that tent.
We
Yeah.
already failed to save him.
That's true.
I just. Oh,
But you
we
could
have-
still save him. You could go back to Shagrat and say, "Hey, we fixed everything for you, and you're going to release that guy because we fixed everything for you."
Yeah.
Oh, we need to get
Yeah.
Ugna's buddy back.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
You got to go back to Shagrat's anyway to pick up Tom.
That'll be part of our
Um,
services rendered. It's like, you gotta let these two go.
We are not taking this young lady back to Shagrath.
No.
But we have a turtle friend
Yeah.
who can drop her off, and I can give her papers to deliver to anyone who owes
So,
me favors. Go.
Stop me if you want to add to this, but how about, in the purpose of sort of denouement, you having finished with Dangelf and explained your situation, and he's going to go on to help direct the defenses, so that in addition to having extra soldiers, if a bunch of barbarians attack the town, there will also be a powerful wizard with helping. And so he moved after ensuring that you must come to tea sometime at the majory in Mud Hollow. He disappears again. After he's gone, Puckelzog will come back out of the woods and thank you again for your efforts. The Court of Light will not forget your assistance. He will say to Tromlin, and perhaps we will be in touch again.
Give my regards to the good lady. Should you happen upon her again?
Yep, and the Horned King. Of course, remember she was a summoned avatar, so as much an avatar of the Horned King at that point as of the Dark Lady Shar, which is why, because the Horned King's whole thing is he's the Horned King, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is why you ended up servicing the avatar
Wait, he
in the way that you
also
did.
lost an amulet inside a kobold? That's what this
Yeah.
is, right?
That's what that gesture is. Yeah.
No,
Was
that's
it
down.
me?
That's down.
Oh,
Kobold's,
sorry.
yeah,
Oh.
Kobold's down. It's not like that. Yeah,
I'm
wrong way,
Okay.
wrong direction. This one is fucking a Fey avatar.
That's what that gesture
And-
means.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's
I
what
was
people mean
wondering.
when they
I
do
was
that on the
wondering.
street at
Yeah.
you. They mean, hey, go fuck the Dark Lady the Drow, I guess. And so he then bows and takes his leave. You make your way back to Stormhill and send word into town, not wanting to attract the attention of any of Lord Boltry's people. You send in word to the inn to let Diomedes know that the roads will be safe for him soon, and to let Araxti know that you'd like a lift. And he's happy to give you a lift. He asks you where you want to go. You tell him, well, we want to make a detour first because we'd like to destroy the bandit camp that was imprisoning you. And he is all for that idea.
I feel
He's
like
happy to oblige. As you fly over and summon.
Rain hell
so
down.
it wasn't. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one. It wasn't Throckmaw. That was the.
Yeah, that's I think it breathes fire, but it
That's the one that
doesn't
breathes
rain.
fire. You want
Yeah.
the one that is fire.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not the one you promised never to not summon, is it?
No, that's the
No.
shade. That's the shade.
That would be the most useful assassin one, but that would be a specific assassination. You're going for a let's create general havoc.
Yeah, so Ederaza.
Yeah, Edraza. So yeah, you summon the demon Edraza, who is literally a living ball of fire, with like a fire face, like the cartoony, just like spaces in the fire that are the mouth and eyes, and drop him into the middle of this
We're
bandit
definitely not
camp
the
with
bad
the
guys, though.
instruction
The
to
kills.
murder the guy with the double dagger tattoo and the 3 blood drops. His name is Jerax. Burn him to nothing. And then you concentrate as long as you can. Hell, you can get buffs from Tromlin to make it easier to make
God.
your saving throws. And of course, your enemy has disadvantage to on his saving throws. I'm going to ask Alina for you to take take 1 inspiration off of everyone who's got 1 left,
Okay.
and I'm going to combine that to a hero point and just ignore any kind of dice rolls for all of this. It works.
Yay! One of our plans worked.
Woo! We have
Hooray.
one
Pop a
inspiration
giant-
left, and it's only because Danielle's not here tonight.
And
Thank you,
that
Laura.
will spread flames throughout the camp, but particularly your assassination attempt, particularly because Jerax has powerful magics with which he is going to fight this demon, except he's going to do this, and nothing's going to fucking happen at the inopportune
Stole
moment.
his stuff.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wow.
A little yellow skin
Whoosh.
kid pops up and laughs at him.
After vacating the area and waiting, and so that when you're done concentrating, you're not nearby for the fireball to come after.
It does fly, so it can come
yeah.
back.
On a ship. That seems bad.
Yeah, you see the flame like fly up into the sky at the end of the when it finally breaks in the far distance. But of course, he only has a few rounds, so he just launches a few more fireballs around and then disappears. And you make your way back to Shagrat's camp and inform Shagrat that several things. A, we did it. Shaylin is gone. We'll leave it at that.
Mhm.
Yep.
The bandit camp has been razed and the bandits' power has been broken. And
They're gonna go
please
after
hand
Stormhill,
over your prisoners because that was the deal.
Yep.
including that old
Um,
goblin that I think we never acknowledged the existence of with him because he hid that guy. Oh no,
But he
Which
Tommy.
is-
seems cool.
But Tromlin can 100% throw a bargaining roll, a persuasion on that. Like, so you agreed to hand over Tom, and I think because we did such a good job, we should get a bonus prisoner.
Let's say that
Um,
guy.
You succeed.
26.
Well, there you go. And because of the hero point spending, I'm giving disadvantage to Shagrat. You succeed. He agrees.
Who was that
And by
guy?
this time, Tom has already lived up to his end of the bargain and helped beef up all of the
So
equipment
they even got
here in the
better
camp.
weapons out of it after all,
Yeah.
all of this.
Yeah, good deal.
Yep. Not really dwarven make because he can't
Yeah.
really forge anything new, but at least everything's been dwarf serviced. It's like going to get your oil change, but you pay for the upgraded.
They got dwarf refurbished weaponry.
Yeah, dwarf
pretty good.
refurbishment.
Oh, I like
good.
that.
Dwarven refurbishment.
I give
Front-
Froggar a
sounds
little
bespoke.
wave and a little
Or
pat on the
furbish.
shoulder.
And just to make it all cherry on top, Mantanaraxti will give you a quick hop of a lift a few hours over the raging Shadow Sea, and you will find yourselves landing at the docks at Mud Hollow.
I will
Back
look
home.
Cool.
Home at last.
Oh,
Home
At, I
again.
will look at
Very
my
Smells
young.
just as bad as I remember.
It smells exactly like you left it.
I will turn to the young charge, say, look, we need to rest for a day or two. From there, we will travel. Okay?
All right, but I will hold you to your word.
What can I do to prove to you I mean it?
She holds out her hand.
I shake her hand.
She nods, and she goes off to find a place to stay in the quarter.
I have a guest room in my home. You can just stay there for free and have food.
You'll be able to find me when you're ready.
All right, very well.
It's okay, I don't snore that loud.
She's leaning into this whole I'm gonna make a new life for myself in the Thieves Guild.
Mhm.
She's
Okay.
gonna check out the Mud Hollow situation.
Yeah. Why do I feel like all of a sudden there's going to be a new upstart in the fighting pits that Ugin is going to have to...
We'll see.
Ugna, we need to go report in. So,
This is the last you've seen
I
of
gotta-
Shaylin
I
Park.
gotta check in on Sal too. I don't know if he's okay.
Yeah, we definitely got to check in. so
Tom,
they know
let's go
what's
see your dad.
going on.
Yes, please. I'm worried about him now after talking to you. And you head straight over to the mud hole, as
To
it
the
is
mud
referred
hole.
to, the Mud Hollow Arena. Right next to the mud hole is Sal Shattersmith's gladiatorium, where he does his smithing work and maintains all the gear and also trains the gladiators, the young school. And you come running up, half expecting to find the place broken into, and the Sal's
Assassins.
missing.
Yeah.
And you come in, and Sal is there working at the forge, and he's like, bing, 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 bing. Ugna!
Oh, thank goodness, Sal. I was so glad you're okay. Did you get my
Great
message?
to see ya. Great to see ya. Pat on the knee because you're so tall.
Hey, Tom's here. We got him.
You got the message to her. Good. There's this package for you. He just kind of jerks a thumb, and there's like towards one side of the smithy, and there's just a box sitting on an anvil with your name on it.
I sense a until next time, and so I will go open it.
You open it, and inside are 2 pieces of a broken black steel sword with runes engraved on every square inch of it. And when you first see it, you feel like a wave of cold coming off of it. And that, and there's a letter. And of course, that is where we will leave it.
that.
Which
Excellent.
letter is it?
Q's
Today's stream brought to you by the letter
Q for Quaggle.
Yep. Letter Q for Quaggle. Yay.
Yay.
Excellent. Everybody gets a hero point.
Woo!
Yay!
Because the adventure is over.
I can update that.
And I think I'm going to give everyone, we're damn near, we just got a whole bunch more bits. And I think it's probably enough. We're going to roll you guys over. So everyone's going to get 1 inspiration, but I'm also going to give everyone another one for a wonderful resolution to our first adventure, which admittedly was kind of an over-the-top adventure to establish a whole lot of setting stuff. The next adventure is not likely to be as high stakes, but
will be fun.
That is all good. You got to have
Excellent.
the big ones and the little ones.
Well, that's chapter 1 complete.
Indeed.
Yeah, obviously we go up 5 levels, correct?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
No, however, I'm glad you reminded me, because what I am going to do is give everybody stuff. So for the audience, because you may not be aware, I'm actually running XP-less game. I started everybody at a fairly high level. We're all level 7, or I don't have any levels, I'm the DM. But you guys are all level 7 because I wanted you to have lots of stuff. And rather than give you more levels, you will have the option to gain more things. So what I want from you guys is pitches, because the things that you can gain have a lot of options. Hit points is an option. I don't want to be giving you guys hit points every single time we level up, because then it gets out of control for a while, but it can be very relevant. So Ugna, for example, did an awful lot of fighting in this game, took an awful lot of damage. It would make very good sense if Ugna was to gain a hit die. On the other hand, you might think there's a feat that would be very appropriate for your character to have gained. Spell levels are a plausible thing on the table, new spell knowledge. Basically all the things that you get with levels, but we're going to make them more specific and appropriate.
Cool.
Instead of the general level gains. And we'll deal with that between now and next game. I can announce to the audience that we are going to be getting another guest star in the near future. Probably not next game, probably the one after. I have to confirm dates. But our next game, our next guest appearance is going to be John Kovalik, who does the comic Dork Tower. Yeah. John has checked out our stream and is super into it, and we're gonna sit down and do a character sometime in the next week or two. So everyone can look forward to that. I'll mention one more time the Discord, although we'll probably just post another link to the Discord when we do the YouTube, when we post the YouTube videos, because unfortunately we can't have a permanent link to the Discord. We just put up an invite and it lasts for like 6 hours. So we'll probably tweet that out if anybody wants, and maybe right now I'll put one up just for anyone who's in there right now who wants to join the Discord for the game community. And in the meantime, why don't we have our shout outs? If there's anything anybody has going on that you want to plug on the stream here.
I was going to shout out, so our Shadow DM is not here running the polls today because he is reportedly outrunning polls in real life because it's early voting for the Canadian federal election. And with COVID-19 this year and social distancing and all these things, it's actually really, really helpful if you can go vote early, and you can vote early until I believe Monday in all provinces. So if you are in Canada and you are planning to vote and you can vote, A, you should vote, and then B, if you can do early voting, I think that makes a really big difference for everyone in protecting community health. So please do that.
Hey. I will say a big thank you to everybody who backed our just ridiculous Kickstarter for Cautionary Fables and Fairy Tales. It went way further than we ever thought it would go. It was really nice to see so much support for First Nations creators and indie creators generally. Also, I've got another stream tomorrow, 1 p.m. PST on this channel. We're going to be doing another Let Me Tell You About My Character, where we make ridiculous D&D characters. Or you can catch me on Wednesday at twitch.tv/something5e on our weekly other D&D show I'm on called Something Wicked.
Else have any shoutouts?
Thanks you guys for coming and joining our games. We
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Totally, and for
Yeah.
doing all the cheering. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Those
that
extra
really
inspirations
made me-
really helped.
Yeah, we needed those.
Tell your friends about this podcast
Mhm.
or stream.
Live
It's not
stream.
Yeah.
podcast.
Please, feel free to spread the word. Our audience is growing slowly. I just
Yeah.
posted the link. Hopefully people saw it. Okay, there it is.
Cool.
And hopefully, next game, since I will no longer be solo parenting after 3 weeks of it, I will be more awake. I apologize.
I
I just realized something I need to quickly do resolve before we end here. I completely forgot the results of the second poll I was going to
Oh,
do
right.
during the denouement, and I forgot about it.
Uh-oh.
So one last thing during that last little voyage home, and you're all getting off the boat. The chat audience selected another event. So those who probably didn't notice or had forgotten after the end of last game, so some of you players may have forgotten, that when Tromlin teleported himself out of the camp after you guys nabbed Shaylin, the last thing that happened to him before he was able to grab the rope and hang on to the back of the ship was that the Myconids appeared to him out of the mists and gave him a gift.
Oh, right.
And
The
that gift
beans.
was a bag of magic beans.
Yes. I
Yes.
forgot about my beans.
Yeah, you'd forgotten about the beans, and
Oh, yeah.
as you're getting off the boat, as Ugna goes running off, going, "Yeah, come on, Tom, let's go see your dad." You kind of feel a lump in your pocket and are reminded about them, and sort of pull them out and have a look at them, and you're like, "Huh, wonder what these are." It looks like just a bunch of weird, somewhat multicolored,
Weird beans.
like big, like the size of like adzuki beans or lima beans, like big dried beans with strange colors. But you also kind of think to yourself, didn't there used to be more of them? And you, I'll say you've noticed this. You're thinking about them as you're sitting outside or standing outside the forge as Ugna checks out this package. And then you kind of look, you hear as you're thinking that to yourself, didn't there used to be more of them? You hear like a little hiccup, and you turn and look over your shoulder, and Fetid is the size of the size and shape of a yoga ball, and
Oh,
is
God.
floating off the ground slowly.
You motherfuckers
It
brought
seemed
inflated
like a good idea at the time, I guess.
You
And so we'll
guys
pick
brought
up with all that next
inflation
time.
fetish into our game. God damn all of you.
what fetishes have we not incorporated
I
yet?
mean, we're just hitting all the bases here.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
Skip
Yeah,
a
so I
few,
can reveal that the poll originally was going to be Fetid eats something that disagrees with him. Is it
amulet.
a clockwork music box, which is going to be an item on the steamship, some magic beans, which was going to be some of the magic beans that Trauma got, or and the poll this time said a magic mushroom, but the original one was going to be Shaylin's amulet. Except
that would
that
have won, I think.
You just did that on your own.
it didn't matter because it happened before I could do the
Yep.
poll.
We made it canon.
Yep.
Sure did.
So good times.
Good job. Good job, everybody.
Kudos, and we'll pick
Well
up
done.
next time.
Also, before
Thank
we
you
go, we
for
need to roll
inflating me.
for the sketch card.
Yep. Right. And do we have the previous sketch card to show off?
Actually, Let me
I know you were putting it together
see.
earlier. I don't know if you finished.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I can show it off, but let me see how this goes. While you're rolling there, I will try and pull it up.
Excellent. What am I rolling? What dice am I rolling? So we're rolling for the new draw for subscribers.
A
I will.
D16?
Yep. So D20 with, and just ignore everything above 16. So just a quick shout out on the stream. If you are a subscriber to the stream, not only do you get to watch without ads and support the stream, but you also get to be included in the special subscriber-only channel on Discord, and you get to be included in the regular draw for a sketch card where all of our wonderful artists throw together a sketch that gets put together into a unique sketch card. So I rolled number 4, Alina. Can you tell me who on the chart that is?
Alright, I'm going to pull up the sketch card from last time. And then I will look at the chart. That is Kaykoon393.
Yay! Is KQN393 here in the chat? If you are, let us know, because you can contact Alina to get your sketch card. And if I'm just double checking the members on, because that person might be in the Discord already.
Oh, right.
Which would make it very easy to
send it to
contact
them.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are a
Members,
card or
members.
two behind, and I believe that this particular card that I've got up here right now is for Gophersaurus.
Yes. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, that person is not currently in the yay. Excellent. That is some hot sketching.
Yup.
And so that one is for, sorry, who was that one for?
This one's for Kaykoon3, or the one that's up on the screen?
Yeah. That's
that
for...
one is for Gopher.
Yay. Gophersaurus, that's your sketch card. You're going to be contacted about that. And then Kaykoon numbers. I forgot the numbers. If you are, yeah, Kaykoon393, if you're checking this out on the VOD, if you're on the stream right now, contact Alina at, it's your Where Geek one?
Yep.
waregeekcomic@gmail.com. So you can be receiving your sketch card.
Sweet. All right, everybody.
And with that,
thanks for a cool
I think
stream.
that is all the business.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for coming.
First chapter.
Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Appreciate it.
We will see you next time. Same
Bye.
Bye.
same trash time, same trash channel.